What's up? How's it going, folks? We are going to be doing some more new player tournament replays. And just going to kind of move through these one at a time. We'll get a decent number done, I'm sure. I'm going to go for about 3 hours here. It's been stupidly hot the last few days, which is why I haven't done a stream like I normally do, either Sunday or Monday. It's just impossible to sit in this room for more than like an hour before it gets miserable, so I've just been going about my business doing other things. But without further ado, let's jump into probably one of the least popular mirror matches in the entire game. What better way to start it out than to see something, you know, a little bit uncommon, for sure. Definitely not a matchup that you're going to see very commonly, just because Nurgle's not the most popular faction in the game, and they're a little on the weaker side. I would imagine that this actually would be a pretty good matchup for the Demon Prince here, which is what Sven is going to be bringing in terms of a Lord option. Archangel on the other side is going to be going for the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, Filth Mace, Stream of Corruption, Rancid Visitations, as well as Fleshy Abundance. Lore passive in there just in case he's only using Stream. Obviously got the Perpetual Heal. And the Exalted Hero is going to be rocking up in here with actually a decent number of the abilities. Acid Ichor does a little bit of melee damage reflection, really not that good. It's okay if he's fighting infantry, I guess. Because the distributed damage is a little bit more impactful onto multiple models than it is just like one single entity. It doesn't really do anything in those kind of fights. Heroic Killing Blow also on the table here. Oh my god, what the hell is going on over here? Wow, Archangel, I think, with a really good jump. Or actually, no, that's Sven. Jumping all over Archangel's hounds there, absolutely annihilating that poor little houndo. We got some throwing axes chilling out here on the middle objective, the number 1 being capped up very nicely here. Archangel just rocking up in here. It's a little hard to tell the difference between the two factions. Nurgle banners are, you know, they're a little bit wonky. And the color schemes sometimes can be a little bit mismatched for, like, the actual battle banners themselves. Because you would think that Sven would be the one that has the brighter primary colors, but I guess that's not really the case. This is the, this is Tamercon's warband color scheme. Big fight kicking off in the middle. Taking the frontline engagement here, Sven doesn't really have a huge advantage in terms of the infantry or anything, but good rear charges from those Furies is going to make a big difference in the frontline fight there. Demon Prince does maybe go a little bit too deep, though. He is in here in a 2v1 versus the Exalted Hero, and the Chaos Sorcerer does have the assistance of some Plague Journey, which is nice. But Barons of the Bog going to be able to equalize that pretty capably. Very sticky and annoying unit. They can take a lot of punishment. They've also got pretty respectable melee defense. Not so good against large targets like the Plague Drones, but against any infantry that get in here, they can do some respectable damage. Sven throwing up some Forsaken, getting up into this fight, getting some good work in, I imagine. 150 value, or getting up to 150 value pretty shortly here. Butchering the Marauders, man. Oh, Archangel's infantry frontline has just absolutely fallen apart here. And it looks like the Demon Prince got a little bit of a heal. He was a little beat up last time I looked at him. He's rallied up in, looking much healthier than he was a moment ago. Oxburger continues to chip away with the shotgun cannon. You know, it's like a howitzer. Fires in a pretty inaccurate pattern at times. You know, the shots spread out quite a bit. But that's fine firing into a big blob fight like this, because those vortexes are going to be able to hit just about anything that's over here. And any kind of extra damage that you're getting out of vortexes is just money, because they're quite powerful. They last for a decent amount of time, too. It's all AP damage as well. Beautiful stream of corruption, too, man. Sven has been really on point with the bound streams of corruption from the Demon Prince. Didn't bring the actual stream of corruption. This guy does have a mixed lore on him, but it's like death magic and Nurgle magic on the Demon Prince. Opting for Buna and Spirit Leech as well as Fleshy Abundance, and just making use out of the bound stream. I think he's got the ability to bring the casted version though. Pretty even on the value. Sven falling behind a little bit, but I do think that overall the battlefield situation is favoring Sven a little bit. Just because of the big single entities that he's got available, who will do a pretty respectable job against the hero and the lord that Archangel is relying on. But also just the fact that neither of those characters for Archangel have taken a lot of damage, and Sven has done a very good job of chasing down a lot of the infantry out here on the flanks as well as in the main engagements. You know, it's just been waves upon waves of Marauders and Pestigors being broken with quite a bit of HP left. I mean, 5,100 HP on these Pestigors as they're running away here. Fury's waiting in the wings to chase them down as well, with some Marauder horsemen with the throwing axes not too far off. Plague Drones with some okay value. 11 of 12 models left. Going to be getting a really good rear charge on the back of these Chaos Warriors. It's a great fight for the Plague Drones, where their AP is going to make a big difference here. They haven't really had a tremendous number of opportunities up to this point to get any real value. I mean, considering they've gotten about 590 value fighting against Marauders, that's pretty excellent. And I imagine they'll probably grind out about 200 or 300 more fighting against the Chaos Warriors, who are just mixed all up into this fight. They're completely scattered out of formation. They have no way of really defending themselves from getting surrounded here. There's Forsaken, there's Marauders, there's the Plague Drones. Bears of the Bog are hanging in here with these guys and have gotten quite a bit of value. Almost at 1,000, probably going to end up paying for themselves, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to help out the Chaos Warriors, because the buffs that the Barons give, it's pretty respectable to Miasma of Rot that it drops out. It does keep units a little bit more capable over the course of a long grind, but it only affects units that are below half HP. And with the Barons being as weak as they are, I don't know if they're going to be able to stick in the fight long enough to be giving the buff out to the Chaos Warriors before they crumble, because they're down to about 1,200, very close to crumbling. Actually a little bit off of paying for themselves, only 1,100 value here, which is decent, but definitely leaves a little bit to be desired for the kind of performance that you really need out of a unit like that. Looks like the Demon Prince is chasing the Chaos Sorcerer Lord away here. How much value? He's got 3,100 value. God, he's been going crazy this game. Probably with the charge attacks, and then those streams of corruption that we saw were really good. Spirit Leech, I would imagine he's probably dropped a couple of those in this Chaos Sorcerer Lord, and it's a fairly inexpensive Lord, all things considered, for Nurgle, but they do cost close to 2,000 gold, and with the amount of damage that he's done elsewhere, I can see how he's gotten up to that amount this quickly. Very good performance from him. Fury's flying overhead. Plague Drone's still hanging in here, 800 value on them. They cost 1,100, but with some good micro, you can definitely get that out of them. Sven has a pretty dominant position on the battlefield now, but does have a big block of infantry that need to be dealt with on this middle objective. You gotta be a little careful of going in on blobs like this. It's safe now because the Lord is gone, so Sven is ratcheting up the pressure very nicely here. You know, just keeping these guys compact, bringing in the Big Lord, as well as using the Angels of Decay, who are flying overhead to tossing the Unholy Hand Grenades. killing some Demon Spew, killing some of these Chosen as well. Chosen grinding pretty nicely right now. Demon Spew not doing nearly as well, and the Marauders were great. Oh no, the Terror Route coming down from that Demon Prince. Cool animation there. Doing a nice big old twirl before landing down with the big two-handed mace. These Demon Princes have some pretty sick animations, honestly, and he's a pretty respectable duelist. Really strong melee defense on the Demon Prince of Nurgle. Very weak armor is the big drawback to this guy. And the melee attack is pretty low, all things considered, at 50, especially once he's exhausted, but still has a little bit of charge bonus that he can get back up in the air and cycle a little bit once he gets a little bit more tired. God, man. Brutal losses here. Looks like everything is going to be routing away here. Those terror routes from the Demon Prince, basically putting everything to flight here. And then follow-up attacks from the Furies and the Marauder Horsemen get actual leadership breaks, and now it's just a matter of chasing everything down. And that's going to be GG. There's not really a whole lot you can do when, you know, terror routes like this happen. Sometimes your opponent just gets a leg up on you, and they just annihilate your whole formation by, like, breaking open your, like, blobs that you may have. You gotta be maybe a little bit more careful when you see that you're at a initiative disadvantage, when you've got an opponent with such a big, beefy, terror-causing lord, right? The Chaos Sorcerer Lord is amazing because he's very inexpensive, and he provides a lot of utility while being fairly survivable because of his Crown of Everlasting Conquest. Having said that, though, he does suffer a little bit just because his HP pool at 5,500, it's good. I mean, especially for, like, a horsebound character, you know, being on this Rot Beast. He's got pretty good armor, good leadership, good speed, good melee attack, good everything. He doesn't really excel in any one of those areas, so if your opponent's very persistent, it's pretty easy to chip down these Chaos Sorcerer Lords, and they can lose a lot of momentum for you by just being a little bit unequal to the task of sticking around in prolonged games where your opponent is making it a goal to, you know, initiate fights against them and cause them an immense amount of suffering. Really well played by Sven. If Archangel were to play this one again, there's probably a couple of things you'd need to do. Sound very quiet? Oh. Give me a sec. Okay. One sec. Alright, how do I sound now? I don't know why it's so quiet. I actually do see what you're talking about. I don't know why it's doing this. Audio, I haven't changed the audio levels any. Sound better now? A little bit more in line with it. Beastmen Greenskins? That's a pretty tough matchup for the Beastmen, actually, so we can definitely go through it. Game sound as well? Alright, give me one sec. Alright, let me know how that is. I've been playing some other stuff, and I've been messing around a little bit with OBS to record it properly. And maybe what it is, but I thought that I had gotten everything set back the way it was. Maybe we'll just be... Well, we're just gonna mess around with it until we get it to where it needs to be. Give me one more second. I'm just this loud-ass fan. It's too hot to not have it. I wish I didn't have to have it on, because I'm sure it's showing up. It's background noise. I imagine it's pretty irritating, but I would probably pass out within the hour otherwise. It is crazy hot here right now. Having a good time. Beastmen versus Greenskins. Where they at? It's Chowie. Okay. It's Dark Elves. Nurgle. Damn, I don't see it in here. Give me a minute, Piston. I'm gonna go back into my DMs and then also through the Discord real quick to make sure that I did or didn't grab it. Weird. That's from ages ago. What the hell is this? Come on, Discord. Don't give me this search function shenanigans, please. DM the replay to me if you can, Piston. I'm not seeing it anywhere in here. Might be blending in with some of these other ones that people have been sending me. The thing about the Beastmen, just to talk about it while I look for it, Beastmen versus Greenskins, the thing that make the Beastmen so difficult to deal with, oftentimes is the Orc Bullboy Biggins, as well as the buffs that your opponent's gonna get if they just run a standard Orc Shaman. Because the Beastmen are pretty weak in the stats department, especially when it comes to the mobility. And the Greenskins being able to just pop buffs backed up by huge charge bonuses on their own units, oftentimes is more than enough to overwhelm Centaurs. And, you know, I mean, I don't think anybody is surprised to hear Centaurs are, you know, basically one of the hard carry units for the Beastmen in their matchups. If they're not performing, oftentimes it's going to become a much more difficult match. It's one of the reasons why Kislev is also a really bad matchup for, oh, here it is. Replying at you. Oh, okay, I got you, man. No worries. I think I actually found it. If TMD was your opponent, then I actually got it here now. Apparently I do already have it in here. T2. Oh, alright. Slick. So we got a Jabberslythe in the army. I do like Jabberslythes into the Greenskins. They can work. You've got to be very careful with them, though. You don't want to get too aggressive with them early because your opponent's often going to have rampages. It's another thing the Greenskins can throw out that really messes with the momentum of Beastmen. Being able to force your units out of position, and your units are very quick, so if they get rampaged in the wrong spot, they'll very quickly run themselves away from the main force of your army, and it'll be a little bit difficult to try and save them as a result. So I'm guessing that might end up being one of the things that happens here. Your opponent's got the Night Goblin Big Boss and the Night Goblin War Boss, both of them on the squigs. You can see them happily bouncing along there. Goblin's going to be moving up, just a ton of sword and boards, and lots of Orc Boys with a couple Orc Spears, as well as Rugloods and a couple Orc Arrow Boys. So just a nice wide army, and there's the standard Orc Shaman. Bringing Brain Burst as well as Fist of Gork. Fist of Gork, really good. The magic damage isn't that useful against the Beastmen. There's just not a lot of units that have Fizz Res on the Beastmen. I can't really think of any off the top of my head, actually. No, nothing comes to mind. But the extra stats, as I mentioned, end up making a big difference, especially for the mobility engagements. Look at this thing, man. You gotta love the jabber slides. I got some of the better animations in the game. Just moving around through the Ungol Raiders. Ungol Raiders need to be used very sparingly here. You don't want to get too far ahead with them. Using them all the way out here on the flank, probably not the best position in the world for them. They are getting good counterfire on the Morgrim's Mangy Marauders right now. But after that first volley, definitely want to pull these guys back and start bringing your infantry forward, just to try and keep the Broken Tusk Mob from getting the clean engage onto your Ungol Raiders. You don't want to lose these guys too early. They can eat charges. They're actually fairly resilient to charges for some reason. I still haven't figured out why exactly that is. But a lot of archer units tend to get flattened over by enemy cavalry, and these guys, for whatever reason, don't lose their formational cohesion all that often. So sometimes what happens, especially if your opponent plays aggressively into the Ungol Raiders, you can, like, stick these guys in a position where one of them will get attacked, and they'll actually hold while the rest of your Ungol Raiders can retreat. Which isn't a bad idea, because they are fairly inexpensive. It's not great to lose them, because you want them to uptrade, because they're just really good at doing that. You can easily get, like, 800, 1,000 value out of an Ungol Raider unit if they use their ammo up. So, a little unfortunate losing these guys, but Goreherd get up into the fight. They're going to be able to get some good chip damage on the Broken Tusk Mob. Pretty aggressive attacks onto some of these Orc Boys. Forest Goblin Spider Riders, and these regular Orc Boar Boys, who did a pretty good job of holding off the Cynogors, getting a beautiful rear charge onto the back of 2 Zangors here. It's a thing you got to be very careful of. You don't want to overlap infantry, generally ever. Some factions can get away with it better than others. Greenskins don't get punished too badly for it oftentimes, just because they have so many numbers, and their infantry being fairly low quality. Sometimes stacking like multiple goblins in one area can make them a little less likely to break and run unless there's terror-causing units. It's a little bit of a, you know, give and take kind of situation, though. But the Beastmen Zangors are 650 gold, and they're fairly efficient at clearing out chaff. You can just have one Zangor fighting both of those goblins, while you can use maybe some of these other Zangors to try and take a fight against the Orc Boys up in the middle of the formation here. Just to try and keep a nice buffer for the Ungol Raiders, because honestly, the Ungol Raiders really aren't all that protected back here right now. A lot of the infantry is occupied here in the front line, and your opponent could just push right up through the heart of this gap and get right up into those guys, because your Cynogors are off in the distance, currently getting absolutely smacked up right now by the Broken Tusk Mob and the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. This is kind of what I was anticipating, considering you told me that you were losing this match. Jabberslythe, I presume, just got shot to death by arrows because None of the archers in the back line are occupied. They're just happily blasting away with their bows, and the ruglets have about 1,000 value. It's never a really good sign. They've been shooting down the gore herd. Against a big infantry line like this Greenskin army, the best thing you can do is the Beastmen, especially if you have a lot of unshielded gore herd. Rotate away. Control the 2 outer objectives. What I mean by outer objectives, not necessarily the number 1, but just away from the main formation of the enemy. Try and get your formation turned and make it very difficult for them to get an engagement where they can use their superior numbers. Like, you could block this entire pass off here and keep your entire opponent's army back with your Zangors just by positioning them in between these 2 rocks here. If your opponent wants to rotate all the way around, you've got a Vanguard deployment zone right there that you can punish from, as well as 2 other regular deployment zones. Kind of cover access into your positions here on the middle point. And you just want to pull the Greenskins apart. Beastmen infantry are way quicker than Orc Boys. Orc Boys only have 31 speed. And with the Bestial Surge, Gore Herd, Ungore Herd as well have around 42 to 40 across the board. It's very easy to just pull back and drag enemy units out of position in the front line, and then reposition aggressively into the back line, as well as swarm from off angles to take out archers. That's really where the Beastmen tend to shine, is by playing a much more cagey game in the early phases. You don't really want to take fights too early as the Beastmen, because it's just usually not going to go too well for you. I presume also that, oh, there's your lord right there, looking pretty beat up right now. Devolve and Brace Scream, not really the kind of spells that you would want to see. Honestly, Vile Tide would probably be better if you're going for this kind of build, in terms of the magic, for your lord. And you really want the, Bestial Surge passive for the Wild's magic, because it lowers Vigor. And Devolve and Brace Scream are really inexpensive and on very short cooldowns. So you want to bring Bestial Surge so you get the extra charge bonus and the Vigor reduction, so you can just be proccing these constantly. Get slightly advantaged fights in the front line, as well as doing a little bit of persistent damage, and wear your opponent out by having better Vigor than them the entire game. It won't matter for Centaurs, because they already have perfect Vigor from Rowdy, but for stuff like Zangors, they really benefit from having that. Instead of being very tired right now, if you had Bestial Surge, they'd probably be inactive right now, honestly. It lasts for 9 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, and if you just keep it constantly procced by using the cheap spells on Wild's magic, then you're never really going to have a situation until you're completely out of womb where your units are actually in the position where they're getting exhausted. That's going to give you a huge leg up for the first, like, 6-7 minutes, which oftentimes, with good positioning, means that you're going to be able to get more decisive engagements and outlast your opponent a little bit better. And Beastmen can come back in the late game as long as they keep value close, and they can develop out a good mobility advantage. None of that's really happening for you. The Centaurs have, you know, they just really haven't done all that well. The Sons of Goros have come in and done alright. Broken Tusk Mob and this Forest Goblin Spider Rider unit have killed 2 Centaurs. It's a lot to lose. Centis are 800 gold nowadays, which is very pricey for such a squishy unit. I would honestly probably prefer to see probably a couple of Razorgore Herd for actual, like, heavy armor piercing in the mobility engagements, because the problem with taking fights against the Orc Boarboy Biggins with Centaurs is that these guys have 85 armor, and that tends to add up pretty quickly in the decisive early charge phase. Because Centaurs are very reliant on the charge bonus. Their weapon strength is respectable, when it's being mitigated by such a substantial margin by that heavy armor, it doesn't really matter that Synagors, who normally have pretty mediocre stats, are able to grind against the Boar Boys very effectively when they just are going to get crushed on the charge. And you can see here that the Boar Boy Biggins just chasing down the Synagor throwing axes. Lots of throwing axes here. They're good. They can definitely skirmish your opponent very effectively. As long as you keep them out of range, the Error Boys, you'd be doing just fine. But the problem is that with the situation that you've got going on here, where your opponent is just like massively overwhelmed you in numbers, and crush your Gore Herd, as well as the Blackhorn's Ravagers and the Zangors, and they've just got swarms of infantry on the field. Your opponent's just going to be continually reinforced with a steady, like, wave of Savage Orc Bull Boys, Wolf Riders, as well as Biggins. And they're going to slowly chip you down. Like, the Morgrurb's Mangy Marauders and the Wolf Riders aren't super effective against the Synagor throwing axes. But Synagor throwing axes have a little less HP than melee Synagor, as well as, you know, fairly low armor values. So even though Wolf Riders have pretty awful missile strength and their model numbers are, you know, 80, a little bit less than like most of the archer units in the game, they can still poke away at them fairly effectively. Keep them honest, especially. Make it very hard to stick on any one position. It's another really good rampage from your opponent. The Night Goblin War Boss at 1,300 value here, a little bit closer to 1,400 in fact, and probably going to end up with about 17 by the time this fight is all said and done, because the Great Bray Shaman is dying once again. That's another thing you have to be very careful of. Honestly, the best thing you could have done is kept the Jabberslife and the Bray Shaman behind this big pillar here. Just keep them close to, like, toy with your opponent. See if you can get them to throw the War Boss forward and maybe pull them out of position a little bit and get a jump on them, because you do have pretty good units to punish with against those guys. Synagors are actually fairly effective against these Squig mounts. Because the Night Goblin War Boss has pretty low armor values, if I'm not mistaken, on the Squig. It's closer to the mid-50s, as far as I remember. And Synagors are actually fairly effective at surrounding single entities and killing them. They're a lot like Seekers were. The Synagors, they have fairly thin models, so they're very good at surrounding stuff, and especially on the charge, can contribute quite a bit of value against stuff like the Night Goblin War Boss. So yeah, he's got 55 armor on the Squig mount, which is okay, it's respectable. Definitely a little bit on the weaker side if he's getting attacked by Synagors, though. If you keep your positioning a little bit more offset from your opponent and kind of pull them into you, you're probably going to be able to find opportunities to slip into the back line and punish your opponent really nicely. I'm not 100% sold on this build either. In fact, I'm going to bring you over. I'll show you a build that I've had success with in that matchup in the past. The build did have Taurox in it, but Taurox really isn't all that good. Just bring a Doom Bowl. For 1450, you get the Slaughter's Call, you got Blood Greed to get this guy nice and charged up as he's getting kills. Woodsman causes fear is really nice. He's got a juicy amount of HP as well, and he is a pretty good deterrent for your opponent getting too aggro onto you. Because if you bring the Great Bray Shamans, there's nothing to stop the Greenskins Lords from just hounding this guy into oblivion. Doom Bowls are a little bit harder to kill with 6,600 HP. And when they are able to catch things in their own right, they do have this dazed contact effect, which lowers melee defense by 10, as well as reducing speed by 25%. So there's a little bit of risk involved with trying to dive a Doom Bowl. And then you can always resummon this guy for fairly cheap. Just not really having all that much of a cost up front, honestly. One of the more affordable combat lords in the game. Doesn't really need a lot of the abilities either. Usually Slaughter's Call is going to be enough to keep him in engagements for a prolonged period, because it does buff up the melee attack and gives a nice +8 leadership. And that can be really nice as well for the front line of the Beastmen, because leadership, it's pretty decent across the board on Beastmen infantry, but hovering around the low 60s to low 70s across the board can leave the Beastmen a little bit vulnerable if they're outnumbered, because your opponent can surround your stuff, get the leadership debuffs going with all of the attack and rear, flank attacks, penalties. All of those can make your life pretty uncomfortable. And you need to be prepared to fight from a numbers deficit for a change. Usually it's the Beastmen who are giving other opponents the big problems when it comes to numbers. Zangors are really strong into the Greenskins, because if your opponent brings Savage Orcs, the Zangors just absolutely annihilate them. And Zangors are, like I said, very solid infantry. They're durable, they've got the silver shields, they got the Protoss barrier. They can survive Orc Airboy fire pretty nicely, and you've got good core here with just 3. You don't need any more than this, really. Because you do want Goreherd for this matchup, because your opponent brings so much infantry oftentimes that you just need the extra chaff clear. If you are worried about stuff like Black Orcs, then you mix in a Razorgore Chariot, and Razorgore Chariots are really good against chaff units as well anyways, so I highly recommend having one in reserve here for this matchup. Couple Razorgore Herd to start out with, and maybe instead of the melee Centaurs early, you bring the throwing axes. And try to keep them behind the front line to where they're not getting attacked early on. You don't want to let them get rampaged. You don't want to let them get shot at. If you just keep them in reserve and use them to countercharge chariots, as well as chip away at any Orc Boarboy Biggins that try to attack your infantry front line, they'll be able to get some pretty respectable value with the throwing axes that they've got. Reserve a couple Senties. You do probably want one Senegor of Tzeentch here. The Sons of Goros are great and all, but the barrier here actually makes a big difference against the Greenskins, because the ability to charge in under some bow fire, get the early charge off, and get that big AP weapon strength on target against Boarboy Biggins, oftentimes means that the Senegors of Tzeentch are going to uptrade pretty massively as long as you use them very effectively to hit and run. And the Sons of Goros are a little bit better in other matchups in my experience, where their heavier armor can be a little bit more impactful in more prolonged engagements. You don't really want to keep the Sons of Goros in any fights against the Greenskins, because, you know, buffs, the Wah, shooting, like tons of shooting, will just melt these guys. I think having the Centaurs and working around their lower stats and just playing around the charge bonus a lot more is going to do you better in the long run. And that barrier can make a big difference for the value trading on these dudes. Another Razorgore Herd isn't a bad idea. Maybe one Minotaur Great Weapon can work here. You could also bring the Butchers of Kalkengard. They tend to be pretty effective in this matchup. They're a good counter to Black Orcs, so you can cut the Razorgore Chariot at that point. They're also fairly durable with their silver shields and regeneration. They cause terror also, and Greenskins do lack a lot of ITP on their roster. They don't really have a lot of units that are going to be able to withstand the terror-causing Butchers. And And if they do bring the units that have some kind of built-in ITP, like Savage Orcs or whatnot, that's where your Zangors are going to be able to feast, because they just butcher these 550 gold Savage Orcs. With 1,430 gold, I wouldn't really bring any Harpies. Harpies are just not going to do any damage. They tend to be a little weak. Blackhorn's Ravagers, not really something that I would go for here either, because the nice thing about the Blackhorns is that they can sneak into the back line, and they can be very effective at killing artillery by sneaking around the edges of the map. I don't really need to do that against the Greenskins. They don't have a lot of targets for it. I would avoid a Cockatrice as well, because the Lords are very inexpensive for the Greenskins. They can always resummon their Night Goblin War Bosses. They're probably not going to be going for anything much more expensive than that, because for the same reasons that you want to be careful with your Lord, they want to be careful with theirs. The Night Goblin War Boss is their, like, X factor for being able to get decisive early engagements against the Beastmen, and they're probably not going to be passing that up too often. One more Centaur. Maybe cut this Gore Herd. What do you need for the rest of this? You got magic. You got the Doom Bull for some fighting prowess. 2 Gore Herd. Let's just go with even more Gore Herd. Honestly, I don't hate this. There's a little bit of vulnerability to bringing this much infantry sometimes, but against the Greenskins, who are going to be doing it themselves probably, you're going to be alright, and you can play the matchup a little closer to your chest than you normally would as the Beastman, where you want to kind of force your opponent into you by grabbing multiple objectives early. Save up, bring out your Bray Shaman with Vile Tide and Devolve. Devolve really good in the mobility engagements, where the lowered speed, charge speed, melee attack, and leadership can wreak havoc on Boarboy Biggins, because they have pretty low stats overall. And if your opponent uses something like Fist of Gork on those guys, and then you counter the Fist of Gork with a Devolve, they're going to cancel each other out, so your opponent's basically not going to be getting any benefit out of the melee attack, and the melee defense is only going to do so much for a Boarboy Biggin. It just means they're not going to die in that engagement, but they're not really going to be able to get any value as well, because they're just going to sit there and very ineffectually kind of flail against your Centaurs at that stage. No worries, Piston. I really hope that gives you some ideas of what you need to do. It is pretty tough. I actually think it might be favored for the Greenskins if they play their cards right. Like I said, Beastmen, generally speaking, have pretty favorable matchups into everybody, or even. But just with the numbers and the benefits of having the buff magic that the Greenskins have, I think they can edge it out more often than not. And then those damn rampages. If you just keep your stuff back, then they'll be fine. You don't want to engage with any of your expensive stuff early, because your opponent's going to be looking for fermented fungi for the early game. If I'm not mistaken, that's kind of what got you into a bad spot, because it probably got used on your Jabber Scythe. I didn't really see what happened to it, but it looked very dead from missiles. And then it probably also got your Bray Shaman. He can't really afford to fumble away. Beastmen without their Lords tend to fall apart, because you lose Primal Fury, you lose the ITP, you lose the extra stats. Centaurs end up losing their Rowdy and thus Perfect Vigor, which is really the only thing that makes them so effective. And then you're just going to get the runaround, which is what ended up happening in that particular game. Let's see what some High Elves can do here. High Elves into Kislev. I have been seeing a lot more High Elves lately. And I've been seeing people innovate on them a little bit more than just spearmen and archer swarms. Seems like the Eltharion buff has been pretty huge for them. He's definitely become the more meta option. He's got a pretty good magic kit. Looks like opting for some cheaper spells here with Hand of Glory and Apotheosis. Shield of Sapphire going to be giving ward save as long as the spells are being used, you know, consistently. We do have the Illyrian Reaver Archers out here. Looks like they want to grab the middle objective here. Need to focus fire against the Kislev Horse Archers. Nice little volley here. Taking about 4 models down. These guys have lost 8 models up to this point. Pretty good trade for the High Elves, I would say. The Illyrian Reaver Cav, there's not too many differences between these two units, if you look at them on paper. It's a little bit of armor and stats. You know, the Illyrian Reaver Archers have the martial prowess, so they get the extra melee defense. They have a little bit better melee attack. In terms of the range trades, though, you can see they're about equal. It's not really too far off from one another. But I do believe Illyrian Reaver Archers, with the accuracy, which is a hidden stat, are a little bit more accurate than the Kislev Horse Archers. So they should be able to outshoot these guys as long as you focus fire them. Beautiful volley from the Sisters of Avalorn. Massive damage going down on these poor Horse Archers there. Gothic Baron needs to be a little bit more careful with the Skirmish Cav. Especially careful not to let him get caught by Eltharion and a Frostheart Phoenix. These Phoenixes are damn strong, man. They get a lot of leadership stacking debuffs. Or not leadership stacking, speed debuffs. They get the Frostbite, which they have built into their melee attack. And Blizzard Aura also lowers speed by another 12%, and you can see it there. I mean, these guys had both of those hitting them at one point. They were down to about 40 speed, which is a little too much to deal with. Being in terrain, that's unfavorable as well. Also not great for them. Using your Skirmish Cav, you really need to just control outside objectives with them. You don't want to use them in any kind of terrain. Kislev's got, like, good enough infantry that you should be able to advance up on any points and be able to just sit on them with stuff like Armored Kossars or Kislevite Warriors, and be reasonably fine.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Rangers move up into the Kislevite Warriors here, chipping them down really nicely. Better to just pull away from here. There's no reason to take this fight head on. Rangers are going to absolutely shred through Kislevite Warriors. Kind of like the perfect unit for a Ranger to fight, in fact. You know, like strong melee defense with not very good melee attack. A lot of AP that the Rangers just don't really care about because they're already low armor. They've also got Phys Res, so they're very efficient at reducing AP damage. They've got a very, very nice bonus versus infantry of 8. Add that in with their melee attack of 30, and they're usually going to be able to work around that 40 melee defense without too many problems, and they're just going to chew through these Kislevite Warriors more often than not. Over here, though, Armored Kossars, good armor value, obviously, but also the pistols that they have. Give the Armored Kossars a big leg up. I mean, they get good damage early on. They've got respectable melee attack in their own right with the solid melee defense of 42. And being able to fire in from the flank with the assistance of some allies, they're very quickly able to push back the other Ranger on the #1 objective. Lion Chariot comes in and gets a really nice engagement against the Armored Kossars here. Bulldozing into them and then having Eltharion and the Frostheart Phoenix to, you know, occupy these guys. Well, you then use your Sisters of Avalorn to just fire at whatever is either pressing your backline, kind of what's happening here with the Griffin Legion, or presumably shooting up any blobbed Armored Kossars who are trying to fight the single entities. Another really good situation for you. Armored Kossars, I don't really like them against the High Elves. Not because they don't have things that they can do. I mean, obviously, very good against Rangers. reasonably good at shooting like white lines of trace as well as skirmish cav. The big problem with the armored Kossars is if your opponent goes with stuff like Silverin or Spearmen, the armored Kossars just can't get through units like that because the pistols are just going to bounce off of the shields, and then when they engage in melee, they're just going to wet noodle against one another because standard High Elf Spearmen have 50 melee defense with martial prowess active. And that's not really great for Kislev because they do have good cavalry, but the High Elves actually have pretty equivalent mobility with stuff like Silverhelms. Illyrid Reaver melee cav can be pretty effective at countercharging Griffin Legion as well. Not to mention stuff like the Fireborn. And then you gotta worry about Eltharion riding around with that damn Mistwalker's Barrage. This does obscene damage to blobbed up cavalry. And it makes it kind of difficult for Kislev to win mobility fights like they normally want to go for in this matchup. The builds that I've had success with as Kislev against the High Elves is actually Double Little Grom. Because Double Little Grom is very hard for the High Elf, like Phoenixes and Eltharion to dive, actually. Like, it's a single entity artillery piece with a decent amount of health. You can have a Patriarch nearby who can pop heals on them, and then you can just bring, like, a Frostworm and, like, a decently fighty, Lord. You can honestly even bring a Ice Witch of, like, Tempest magic, on her worm, if you really wanted to. That's probably better than Kistalton ever will be. Kistalton is just too squishy. And he doesn't hang in very well with Ursun's Ward. Ursun's Ward proccing at less than 25% HP is kind of terrible, because Kistalton has good leadership at 80, but oftentimes, by the moment Ursun's Ward is popping, he's usually routing. Did bring the Courage of Sacrifice, though, so that is also going to proc around the same time. I guess that's going to keep him in the fight. I don't know, though, man. I just still think he's going to be a little bit too mediocre. Lion Chariots continuing to run over infantry. Good value on these things, man. Almost 1,000, or actually 1,000 here now. Getting another couple charges off. You got the Frostworm in here. Mixing it up, killing some of the White Lions of Trace. Kills one of the Lion Chariots, and the other one is going to be routing here. Plenty of Rangers sticking around, though, for scope. As well as some White Lions. The White Lions of Trace honestly haven't done poorly. That's another issue with the Armored Kossars, is they don't really do all that well into the White Lions of Trace. The pistols just don't do anything to the heavy armor as well as the missile resistance baked into these guys. And while White Lions tend to be a little bit lackluster in terms of their damage output because their melee attack is kind of low, just by virtue of being able to stick in a fight against Armored Kossars, they will be able to grind them down eventually. It's another reason to try and avoid them as much as possible. If you really want some heavy infantry, bring like a Zargard or something. Honestly, just your standard Kossars with spears and the standard bows, I think, are the better bet. And then you can just have like Griffin Legion backing that up. And you really just want to play defensively around Little Groms. And the best thing about Little Grom is that it does really respectable damage, even to stuff like infantry. It clears out Silverhelms really nicely, just does like massive model damage. It'll kill like 6 or 7 Silverhelms at a time. Plow through Rangers, kill like 10 or 11 of those dudes as well. You can also shoot back Eltharion and a Frostheart Phoenix unless your opponent's micro is just like God tier. If you're going up against somebody like Charix, I'm sure Charix has good answers to Little Groms. Typically speaking, though, I think it's the better way to go about this. And yeah, the Frostworm, it's a good unit, but when it's getting double-teamed by 2 powerful enemy characters who are just getting like free engagements against anything and everything with no real way to threaten them up in the sky, that's always going to be very favorable for the High Elves. Not just because these guys are, like... Not just because they're, you know, strong in combat, but they have a lot of sustainability. You know, Phoenixes do have the rebirth ability, although I guess the Frostheart Phoenix doesn't. Oh yeah, the Sunspire Phoenix is the one that has the Fiery Rebirth. Right, do these guys... Yeah, they just don't regen or anything. Okay, never mind. But with Eltharion, he's still got Apotheosis, and it's cheap enough that you can just pop that on the Frostheart Phoenix repeatedly, and they'll be just fine. As long as you don't fumble Eltharion away, he's going to be able to use all his magic and keep a lot of units in engagements for a prolonged period of time that might otherwise be a little bit unfavorable. And you can see here, Silverhelm's pretty respectable value, sitting around 700, going to be charging down the Armored Cossars here. A little bit lackluster in terms of the damage done, but at the very least they're shutting down the pistols here. While the Pureman Company, as well as this other tattered white line of trace, is going to be closing the gap. Sisters of Avalorn paying for themselves here. Eltharion popping the Fang Sword. Really good use out of the buff for him. Does get a lot of weapon strength out of it, as well as a significant amount of physical resistance, which is damn good against Kislev. Kislev does have access to stuff like Ice Guard, who have magic damage on their bows, but they don't hit that hard against armor. And they're not really all that good against the High Elves to begin with. The unit that's better here for the Kislevites is the Streltsy. Did see one of those guys out. They can actually threaten these flying characters just with the muskets. Guns tend to be a little bit better at hitting flying targets because of the missile velocity. And Eltharion just being able to proc the 40% Fizz Res often is going to be able to keep him from getting just absolutely obliterated if he does end up in a situation where the Streltsy have him in their sights. I do like that inclusion here. It also helps for engaging anything like the big Frostworms, or even characters like Kistalton. Because the Kistalton does get around the Fizz Res it provides, but, you know, he, like I said, pretty squishy on the HP, and that Perpetual Heal is only going to do him so much good against a character that can chip down, you know, like a third of his remaining HP at any one time if he gets a good swing in. Continuing to grind away here, and we get a really nice Hand of Glory on the Fireborn, who have gotten 1,300 value. Probably don't want to be fighting against the Kislevite Warriors. A little bit of a bad engagement from Scope here. It's probably the first truly bad one that he's had. Most of this game has just been Scope waiting for Kislev to kind of like move up and overextend themselves. Baron played a little too loosey-goosey with the formation. And the High Elves are just better at playing this mobility-centric game oftentimes. Unless you just have an overwhelming number of Griffin Legion, stuff like the Fireborn and like Mass Silverhelms is going to wear out your Kossovite Dervishes and Horse Archers, as well as like one or two isolated Griffin Legion aren't going to be able to do it.
Unending glory is...
That's why I'm recommending the Little Groms. You had one in reserve. Honestly, bringing it in just to shoot down the Illyrian Reaver Horse Archers wouldn't have been a bad idea, and also to poke the Sisters of Avalorn. If you can do that and keep these archers from getting, you know, 1,200 value, it's gonna, you know, put your opponent in a position where maybe they start panicking a little bit as they see the value ticking up in your favor and kind of putting them on the back foot. And without that AP to really threaten your cavalry, that's when you can develop out like multiple successive Griffin Legion to come in and kind of clean up any infantry that the High Elves have. The Griffin Legion struggle a little bit in this matchup, but they are still kind of a necessity just because of how good they are. Can't really turn your nose up at them at any point. You know what? Let's actually go and make ourselves a little Kislev build as well. I'm not, like, the most experienced Kislev player in the world, but I do play a fair amount of them. And I have played this matchup a lot. So you bring the Tempest Witch because she has Hailstorm, which is just like Searing Doom. It casts a little bit slower, and the missiles take a little longer to make impact. It's got the same damage profile, though, and it's very effective against enemy cavalry. It's also very good for stacking with Freezing Winds, which gives a speed debuff to everything on the map when it's when you're casting something. And you can also bring Hawks of Miska, which is a pretty good spell for clearing out low armor high elf units. Does quite a bit of damage as a vortex, doesn't do any damage to friendly troops, and also discourages leadership by 16, which is really strong. You don't necessarily need Arcane Conduit. Guardian Call, since you're going to be bringing Little Groms, is going to be really good. You'll be able to drop that Snow Leopard summon to force your opponent away from the artillery pieces. You can do one if you want to, but I just love the two. It has honestly hardly ever gone wrong for me. Get some Kossars, few of each, and you can bring like one armored Kossar to back it up if you want to. I would really just recommend a Streltsy, and then you could do Horse Archers, but they don't really help this build out all that much. Probably a Patriarch. Just go ahead and have him in here. And you bring him on foot, that way he can just, like, run in and sit next to Little Groms and pop Soliacs whenever you need him to. Save a little bit of money as well. Yeah, you know what, actually, bring a couple of Kislev warriors. It's not a bad idea. And maybe cut the Streltsy and do something like that, and have the Streltsy come in reserve. You do want Streltsy, like I said, to shoot down any dragons or flying monsters and characters. Very good at it. Don't usually have too many problems going about that business. You could mix in another Patriarch if you wanted to, but that's getting a little over-invested into it. Triple Griffin Legion, honestly, is never going to let you down. It's just so strong. These guys are an absolute nightmare unit, and they can bully the High Elves if you develop them all out and are pretty self-preserving with them. You just want to turtle up for a little while, try and force your opponent forward, and just do as much damage as possible with the artillery here. Most people aren't really going to know how to handle the Little Groms, especially if you have a nice solid combat character like the Ice Witch here, who can take good engagements, and you just pop that Soliacs whenever Ice Witch and the Little Groms are all together and need the heals. Dervishes I wouldn't recommend in this matchup because they're just too low armor and they're going to get shot at by archers. They are going to fold up and you're going to regret bringing them. So I just wouldn't at all. You can go pretty elite in this matchup because the High Elves are probably going pretty elite themselves, because them playing tall, they're one of the better factions at doing it right now. There's not really any reason that they shouldn't, honestly. Especially into another expensive faction. You could do some Armored Kossar Great Weapons if you wanted to, and bring them in as a alternate to the Zargard. If your opponent is bringing out, like, a ton of missiles, that's when you bring the Zargard in, because they'll be a nice durable unit against all the missile fire. And they'll be able to lock down a couple of objectives without too many issues, and then you can, you know, find another way around all those archers by bringing in Griffin Legion to push the back line, focus firing with your Kossars and whatnot. You also have the Ice Witch, like, drop Hawks of Miska or something on it all. The risk with this build is that you can get shot to death if you're not careful, because if your opponent goes for like a super wide spearman and bowline, your Kossars and Kislevite warriors are going to be very vulnerable to the archer side of things. Like, they just don't have any armor at all. I mean, 30 and 15 is pretty pathetic. they'll get absolutely shredded by all of that, and you're going to have to give a lot of ground to get room for the little Groms to trade well at that point. That's like your big issue, but if your opponent brings a big army like that, then you just, you know, bank up Wom for Hawks of Miska, bring out all of your Griffin Legion, save up and get the Zargard, and once you've got the Zargard and all the Griffin Legion, and you've poked a little bit with the little Groms, that's when you can engage off of your one objective that you're hanging onto. Empire Greenskins. It's a lot of Unga Bunga. Did we watch that on Saturday? Let's just go ahead and watch it. Why not? I'm down for it. Where is it? Got it in here? Give me a sec. Oh yeah, you DM'd me all yours. I thought I downloaded them all though. Whatever, I'll re-download it. Make sure that we got it. Apparently I didn't. God damn. It's a big Empire army. Congrats on winning, by the way, Melkor. It was really well fought. I mean, you've been scrapping for it, and you've had some bad luck in a few of the tournaments that you've been in the last few weeks prior to winning this one. You got some rough matchups for the Empire in them, if I'm not mistaken. You did have a couple of tough ones here. Greenskins are honestly pretty hard for the Empire to deal with. Just because they can equal your man-tide pretty easily. And their front line is just better than yours. Orc Boys do beat Empire State Troopers pretty decisively. Usually once the Wa is popping off. Bobby is going for something pretty unorthodox here. I mean, this isn't really the build that I would be prioritizing as the Greenskins. Snagla into the Empire. I just don't see working out too often. I mean, he's good for getting nets off, sure, but trying to punish a durable lord like Boris Todbringer with Snagla is really going to come down to whether you can catch Boris on the ground or not. If you're just trying to shoot him with the Morgrub's Mangy Marauders and poke him with the Spiderweb attack, snaring him as well as Sting of Snagla, it's honestly going to be a massive waste of time. You're going to pour a lot of damage into him, but he's probably just going to, you know, like, survive. He'll pull away as needed. You're using... This is being used very aggressively early here. It's a nice Spirit Leech. Upgraded Spirit Leech not needed here, by the way. That doesn't give it any more damage. That's just for extra range. I'm pretty sure this River Troll Hag's already within 100 meters. It's the radius. Yeah, she's within 100 meters for sure. Just cast the standard version. I mean, it's not that big of a deal because it's not that much more expensive. It's only 11 wins of magic, and the lore passive life leeching gives you 2 wins of magic back anyways, so it's fine. It's basically breaking even, but it would be a little bit more efficient if you just used the standard form here. And that's just a note for Bobby in the future. And yeah, I mean, that's like 680 value, and it's nice because that's getting Boris to use up a lot of his heal cap here. But by the time you're going to be taking the mainline fight as the Empire, and, you know, you're taking it as the Greenskins, I mean, Boris is going to be full health again, basically. And the most important part of Boris's kit here isn't the damage that Boris does, it's the Crush the Weak and Blood Roar. Because that's a combined effort of lowering leadership by 12, and then you add in Terror and Fear, which, you know, Terror, like, actually is a unique routing effect, and then Fear is another -8 to leadership. There are no units that are, like, easily and cheaply available to the Greenskins outside of Savage Orcs that have any kind of ITP or anything. They're kind of reliant on their lords to imbue that onto their army. Like, you either have, You have Grom, who just rides around and gives it as he's passing by with the language of the boys. Or you have, what's his face? New guy. God damn it, how am I blanking on his name? Gorbad Ironclaw. Gorbad has the buffs. He's also got a couple of things that raise stats and leadership as well, if I'm not mistaken. Which can be really, really nice. And herein is the problem with the state troopers in full effect there. Orc Boys just completely flattening them with a little bit of help from the Hammer of Gork. Does imbue blinded. Also got a little bit of effective damage in there. Orc Boys should capitalize on this right now. They can get right up into the archer line here. Archer's getting locked down by the River Troll Hag, and the Orc Boar Boys could chase down the Free Company Militia potentially. Borgrim's Magi Marauders at a little bit of a range deficit here. Don't have any great targets. Savage Orc Air Boys getting shot to pieces right now. Really good focus fire. Exceptionally good targeting, Melkor. It's exactly what you want to do. The Greenskins can do some pretty ridiculous bow lines, considering they're, you know, theoretically like a melee-oriented faction. They've got very cost-effective archers. The really good burning head, good focus fire, and a little bit of persistence, though. You've already removed a lot of the dangerous uptrading units for the Greenskins here. And because Bobby went with such an elite leadership build, it's not looking too great. I mean, you get Boris caught on the ground here. This is where some actual damage is going down on him. You got Snagla beating up on him. The River Troll Hag doing her best to assist. Not doing too hot, though. These Empire Spearmen, as well as the Demigriff Halberds here, really manhandling her right now. And she's honestly not a very durable leadership unit. She can survive a lot thanks to the regen, but her base leadership at 55 is pretty horrendous. And when you've got Boris in here, who, like I said, is adding in all of these leadership debuffing effects, she's going to break incredibly quickly. She is a big risk here. I really do think that you're probably better off almost always going with the more standard Orc Lords. A really good punish here, man. I mean, just ripping through your opponent's leadership while doing a very good job of kind of baiting traps with your lord here. Like, Boris has been going in. He's been forcing a lot of very inoptimal uses out of the snare, as well as Sting. Didn't really do a whole lot of damage the first couple times it went off. Boris gets a good terror route on the Night Goblin War Boss. Probably could follow that up. If he gets a little more damage on that guy, he could break him pretty quickly. But just moving around and continuing to terror route stuff. None of the Greenskin units are able to hang in here. They're losing momentum because they just don't have the same numbers as the Empire either. Like, you can see State Troopers, a lot of them pretty beat up, but quite a few healthy ones just because they haven't needed to engage in combat, really. A lot of these dudes have been able to sit in reserve and just benefit immensely from being by the archers, who have really done quite a bit of damage. Nothing too insane, but that, like, 200 value and, you know, like, 54... it adds up, considering they're just firing at, like, cheapo, trash house units. And they're helping you, like, maintain your numbers advantage. And, by this point, you're only now getting out the, Boar Boy Biggins, and you've basically overrun your opponent's main formation. It doesn't really matter how well these Orc Boar Boys, do at this stage, because they're not really going to be able to, cap any objectives, and maintain presence on the field, because by the time they get into combat, they're attacking into consolidated positions where the Empire is going to have, like, spearmen in the front line as well as swordsmen who are going to make it impossible for them to push through onto the archers. Even if they were able to push back into the Empire's backline and get on top of these archers, you've got so many range units here that you're just going to be able to, like, counterfire them all to oblivion. I mean, Death's Creepers over here kind of experiencing that. A fairly durable unit with the regeneration. They're just sitting here getting shot up. They're not really capping any of the points. Bobby does have, like, pretty equivalent value, but another thing you've got to take into consideration here is the fact that Greenskin units with their low leadership, a lot of them are going to route off, being fairly healthy. And a lot of that value, again, is just tied up in this one unit here. You know, a lot of it's on Boris. Boris is fine. He's got 4,400 HP with a potential to get up to 5,000 here, and just helping out his Flagellants and Spearmen. And the Boy Biggins with about 600 value here, doing fairly well. Another one on the flank, Broken Tusk Mob, getting about 800. Just not going to be able to equal the kind of uptrades that you're really going to be needing here. Good penetration into the back line. You could shut down these two archers here. There's more on the high ground, though. Once these squig herds get worn out, it's going to end up being a little bit of an issue for the Greenskins trying to attack down here on the number 3 objective. There are spears closing in from the rear, and pretty good replacement here. A little slow on the trigger pull from Bobby as well. And, yeah, that's really good micro, man. Just, you know, introducing some spears into the mix, no matter how beat up, at the very least, they're going to get a little bit of effective damage in on the Savage Orcs here. Archers in the Free Company caught here. One archer does weasel free, but there is another Savage Orc Boar Boy moving in, and they get a great charge off, flattening into the archers here. Just to go back to something that I mentioned earlier, this is what most archer units look like when they get charged. You know, they get tossed around, scattered out. The Beastmen Unger Raiders, they would instead basically be in their line pretty intact. I still don't have an explanation for it, but that's been my anecdotal experience personally. Really good micro on Boris here, finding your opponent's very lonely little Night Goblin War Boss. Pummeling him really badly here. He is shattered. Now, here's something very important to remember. If your opponent's Lord is shattered, you come and check it here. That's not actually debuffing the leadership. The only time that leadership is debuffed from Lord loss penalties is if they actually run off the field or they die. And if they run off the field, it starts off as a -16, goes down to a -10, and then goes down to no leadership penalty at all. Killing your opponent's Lord, especially on leadership factions, turns into a perpetual -10 that does not wear off at any point. It's fine here. It doesn't make that much of a difference. I mean, you still got Boris with all of his leadership debuffs. You don't want to be too risky with him, though. You know, you get a really nice... God, dude, it's just more and more terror routes. 3 terror routes going off here. And the Savage Orcs, I mean, yeah, they're pretty beat up, but at the end of the day, they still got they still had a decent amount of HP when they terror routed. Then it gets followed up by an actual leadership break, which is just devastating, man. There's been a lot of units being chased off like that. And Melkor doing a great job of keeping some kind of support nearby with Boris. Boris has taken all that damage, sure, but most of that's from shooting. When he's been engaged in melee fights, he's been by spears, he's been by Empire Knights, he's had like freaking militia under him at the very least. Anything and everything that you can provide for your single entities in terms of buffering is very important, because single entities are pretty horrible units, quite honestly. At least in domination mode. Single entities in land battles are a lot better. In domination mode, single entities are there as a force multiplier. They are not a carry unit more often than not. They're there for the utility of terror, they're there for collision damage against chaff infantry, or they are a counter to very specific powerful lords and heroes. Keeping buffering around everything of that caliber is very important, because the last thing you want for a lord like Boris Todbringer or like any other like 2,000 plus gold single entity is you send him in alone, you get a good engagement, and then your opponent is just smart and they have something like come out of the nearest spawn zone and you look away for a little too long and they get a fat surround with some kind of like anti-large AP unit and they just shred it to pieces. And that's just going to lose you a ton of value. So, I've been loving it from Melkor. And doing a really good job with all of these cavalry, the halberds here, man. The Demigryph halberds of 2,600 value. Burning Heads have been a little lackluster. You got one really good one at the beginning of the game, and most of the others have kind of been off target, but, you know, I mean, you don't really need a good Burning Head here in this fight. I mean, you already got cavalry following up with a rear charge, and it's important to remember that some factions really love Burning Head and casting it on frontline fights because they have armored infantry that just ignore all of the base damage that Burning Head does. Empire doesn't really have that because, you know, they've got like Flagellants or Swordsmen. Swordsmen with like 30 armor at base, Flagellants literally have 0, and Burning Head is a little haphazard at times. It wobbles. And it's a very random, like, vortex, in a way. Like, yeah, it travels in a straight line, but I've seen it just, like, straight curve at times. And the last thing that you want here is to cast a Burning Head on a fight you're basically winning already. One that you just need a little bit of mop-up help with, and accidentally roast your entire front line down. Being a little bit cautious with it, casting it a little bit behind the front line isn't bad at all, because the burnt contact effect also lowers leadership, and then that's another stacking leadership penalty when you're adding Boris into the mix, and you can get terror routes, and just all kinds of nasty business, man. It's a really clean Empire build. And, you know, Bobby just went for something where he's trying to punish bad positioning with Snagla and using the Spirit Leeches to wear out Lords, as well as the Night Goblin Warboss with the Fermented Fungi, and you denied him any and all value there. I mean, the Snare early on was great, but it wasn't functionally that useful because Boris just healed up. He ignored it, he moved on with his life, and ended up making the Greenskins pay for it. And Snagla only got 700 value, and he's expensive. Snagla is like 2,000 gold with all of those abilities that he's got. He costs an arm and a leg. I would much rather see... If the Greenskins want to bring a River Troll Hag, that's fine. It's a good hero. You gotta be very careful with her, though. Just keep her back. Don't overcommit her. Cut Swamp Breath. It's kind of useless. I mean, you're never going to get close enough safely to use it anyways. And the damage it does is very inconsistent. Mither is very strong. Definitely want to bring that. Bring Fate of Buna, honestly. Fate of Buna is amazing against units like Demigryph Knights. Demigryph Knights with like 32 models are like the picture perfect unit to use Fate of Buna on. It will do nasty damage to something like the Royal Altar of Griffites or even just the standard Demigryph Knights. As the damage distribution on Fate of Buna is like peak efficiency at that point. It is doing every last drop of damage spread across 32 models, and its ideal target is something with 25 entities. So go for it. Like, it's not a bad call to throw it on there. I wouldn't really worry about Doom and Darkness. It's just not that impactful. It doesn't do enough, truth be told. The buff spells and stuff like that just need so much more to them to really be useful. If you really want to use Doom and Darkness, then you have to combo with Aspect of the Dread Knight, because you need the localized terror to follow up on the debuffed leadership, because the minus 16 can be pretty devastating, but, you know, the terror mixed in with the minus leadership is much more likely to get a proper break that you can then follow up on. The minus 16 leadership by itself just isn't nearly as good. So you just Spirit Leech the big lords for the Empire, or you use Fate of Buna on any of their big expensive cavalry, and then you laugh. And just bring, like, a fat line of, like, goblins. And get that, that war boss was on foot. He is never good on foot. He's too slow with 35 speed. The squig is 82 speed. That is the perfect amount for a character that's trying to, drop rampages that have 75-meter range on it. It's pretty short range for minute fungi. Gotta remember that. The boss's loons is honestly worth it because it's just very powerful. You get 2 casts of it, you can usually get like 300 or 400 value out of this if you use it well. Tormentor's Sword is very good for also netting things. It's only 1,300 gold. Just don't bring Snagla, dude. Snagla's not 2,000. 1,650. That's still an arm and a leg for the kind of performances that he gets. The problem with Snagla isn't anything to do with his stats, because if you look at him on paper, you're like, okay, this is a great mid-tier combat character, but the problem is that for his price point, not having the AP, he's not going to trade very well into cheaper characters, and he's definitely not going to uptrade into more expensive lords. So really all you're bringing him for is the spiderweb attack or the summons. I've never really seen Sting of Snagla do all that much. The debuff is nice, the damage is mediocre. I think he just needs a buff, truth be told. Maybe he can be good in some other matchups. If your opponent has stupidly expensive lords that are, you know, like, less heavily armored than what the Empire brings, then Snagla might be worth it. Generally speaking, though, I would not be trying to use him there. You could mix in, like, a Black Orc Big Boss in that matchup, though. Just bring them on foot, because these guys actually have pretty good stats. They have ITP. So they're actually not very easy for what's-his-face to break, Boris. And you can bring Rabble Rouse, which gives ITP and an area around him. So if you have a block of infantry that you can get this guy in, he can be a little bit more effective. And he's only 900 gold for this price point with, like, a decent amount of HP, good armor, silver shield, okay leadership, really good stats with armor piercing. He can definitely punch up in his weight class in terms of performance. Honestly, the Greenskins probably just want, like, so many orc boys that Burning Head doesn't even matter anymore. If they just swarm all over the place and they don't offer any, like, big lines of infantry for Burning Head to hit, I don't see the Greenskins struggling too badly. If they go too narrow, they just get wrecked by Mantide. They cannot persevere on the battlefield if they're at a numbers disadvantage, because that's not really the game that they're well suited for playing. You can just do something like this, and you got bring a Force Goblin Spider Rider, and you can bring, like, you know, like maxed out on the Boar Boy Biggins, because you need to kill all the heavy cav. These guys are very good at it. I mean, they're like one of the best tools in this matchup for the Greenskins. Another reason that it can be pretty difficult for the Empire. And maybe you want to mix in, like, one Black Orc, just for some heavy shielded infantry. I really love the shielded infantry archetype in domination mode. Especially stuff with ITP. Again, having this means no terror outs. So, immediately Boris is just way less impactful by virtue of having a Black Orc on an objective. And then you want pump wagons, dude. Like, pump wagons are so good for running over chaff. They're cheap as hell. They hit hard. They have striders, so they don't care about terrain ever. They just rip, run, and roar all day long over Empire State troops, and the Empire can't really do anything about it. Hammer Gork in the back pocket, I guess, although I don't really think you need artillery here. And what else do you want to fill out with? Archers in the late game might not be a bad idea. Like a couple of Orc Air Boys to develop out and support the Rugloods in the late game isn't a bad idea. Rugloods are like an auto-include because of how much range they have. The problem with the Orc Air Boys is that they barely outrange Archers, and Archers are way cheaper and will basically be able to uptrade into the Orc Air Boys. as a result. I mean, they're a full 150 gold more expensive than just a brick of Empire archers. I don't really know what you do with the last, like, 1950, but that's, like, up to you. That's just, like, flavor money. Damn, what's up, folks? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. You didn't see what happened to the Jabberslythe Ether Piston? Holy crap. I feel that, dude. Sometimes those big single entities just melt, sometimes. Interesting with Lord Sniping builds, whenever I bring... Elspeth can follow up on stuff like that. She has Terror already. Doom and Darkness is just better if you're actually able to force units to run away early. If you're just trying to bank on low leadership units breaking because you lower their leadership, you're going to be disappointed more often than not. Cathay replays. I've got one that I was going to check out, but we had some people request stuff, so I just backed out on it. Wolf and Spider Cav. 8 cav units and reinforcements. That sounds about right. I mean, that's what I would figure would be really good. Because here's the thing. Wolf Rider Cavalry isn't very strong against anything other than the archers, but all you need to do is fire and forget one of these Wolf Riders. For 300 gold, they will kill an Empire Archer, and that is theoretically an uptrade, so... you just throw enough of them out onto the field, and they'll be so irritatingly ever-present that your opponent's heavy cavalry is going to have a hard time actually dealing with the Orc Boar Boys at that point, who are going to be the much bigger threat, and can actually handle running over a variety of different units. Let's get some Grand Cathay going. They're not a great faction, but hey, I mean, they're pretty cool, right? You gotta love people who are dedicated to the Cathay grind. Lazuka's a really good player, so I didn't get a chance to see any of these games on stream Saturday. It's a great opportunity to get to talk about aesthetically one of my favorite factions. In terms of, excuse me, implementation and gameplay mechanics, though, they're very much on the weaker end of things and need some serious love and probably just a straight-up rework, man. I'm gonna go over my idea for how Harmony should work, because the way it works now is just silly, in my opinion.
Fellow raiders, together we have destroyed realms, torn down the feeble cities of the weak, and proven ourselves worthy. We shall drown them in their own blood and blood. Glory to the Master!
Wolfrick's got some really great battle speeches. Anyways, you just got a big Marauder front line over there. Just tons of Marauders, some Marauder champions with a couple of great weapons. It's not a bad idea. Marauder great weapons get a lot of disrespect, honestly. A lot of people talk down on Marauder great weapons, but I feel like the Norskan variant, just because of the rage mechanic, is actually pretty decent. Because they get the Fizz Res and the leadership, which is really nice for them being able to sustain in combat a little bit longer than the Warriors of Chaos version. Then getting extra melee attack on top of that, it's nice. It's pretty good, man. They can definitely be a little bit of an X factor at times, especially against a faction that doesn't really have a lot of like high damage melee infantry to begin with. So Marauder Great Weapon grinding into a Jade Warrior honestly isn't bad value for the Marauders, because if they just get to sit in a 1v1, their AP will wear out a Jade Warrior eventually. You know, the armor is really kind of the selling point of Jade Warriors, and then like the buffs from Harmony, and then you know, like Disdain of the Dragon Emperor and stuff like that from the Zhangu War Drums. It's kind of what gets those guys value. Jade Warriors in general are pretty mediocre and overcosted, so having a Marauder Great Weapon on standby to just grind into them and do some pretty effective damage is a pretty good idea, in my opinion at least. Wolfric is going to be using Lore of Boats. We've got the Soul Crusher. I've been seeing Legatus bringing this a lot. Penumbral Pendulum and Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma for the Fimir. And you see the Ice Wolf Chariots. These Ice Wolf Chariots are crazy now, dude. People just do not respect chariots fundamentally right now. That is to their own detriment, because there's quite a few that are very cost-effective. And this is one of the more cost-effective of the bunch. They're 900 gold. They've got 2,000 mass. They've got 95 speed, which is absolutely insane, by the way. Fastest chariot in the game, I'm pretty sure. For comparison, the White Lion chariots for the High Elves have 84 speed, and the Razorgore chariots only have 77. So these things can stick and move, let me tell you, and they have Frostbite, which is really crazy. So you can actually use them to, like, chase stuff down and lower speed, and then follow up with, like, Skin Wolves and stuff. They're a really good facilitator, and they do really well into any infantry. Even though they don't have great armor-piercing values, they just have so much weapon strength at base with such a high charge bonus that it doesn't really matter all that much. They hit slightly less hard than the Razorgore Chariot, but being 250 gold less, it's honestly a pretty even trade-out overall. And they've got good armor values with decent HP and really good leadership at 70. So, their little missile is absolutely useless. It really doesn't do much of anything. Jade Lancers do get on top of the Wolf Chariots, and are they Wolf? Yeah, they are Wolf Chariots. Do some decent damage, good Sea Fang going down. You know, not the most devastating Sea Fang in the world, but, you know, effective damage nonetheless, and a beautiful, oh my god, Pendulum going right down the pipe on those long spears, as well as the Jade Warriors. That front line being hammered really nicely by the Norskins, because what the Norskins want to do here, like, they don't want to fight the Jade Warriors and the Peasant Long Spears too much. What they want to do is they want to break through and overwhelm flanks and get on top of the missile units and overwhelm them, overwhelm Cathay that way. Cathay's formation is way too spread apart here. I keep pausing that. I need to pause it so that I can explain what's going wrong for Cathay here. Because, honestly, it's not like their trading is bad right now, but the issue is that trading is very contingent on the maintenance of their harmony, as well as, like, having a front line to buffer for the missiles who continue to lay down fire. And right now, you got Peasant Long Spears being brutalized over here. This Peasant Long Spear is going to break in a matter of moments. Jade Warriors beat up. They'll hold the line for a minute. And losing a Jade Lancer early really sucks, man. Jade Lancers cost 800 gold. They got about 500 here. All of that's tied up in the Chariots, who have 3 models left, so functionally 75% health anyways still. And it's a loss of mobility that you can ill afford on such a slow faction, because Norska's gonna be able to develop out Skin Wolves, as well as Hounds, Ice Wolves, Fimir, stuff like that, that's gonna make it very difficult for your infantry to just be able to hang in. You need the Jade Lancers as a countercharge unit to, like, hold edges of your formation, as well as just stop back pressure from getting to your missile line. Bandits of the Silver Road getting some good fire down on the Marauders. Leggett is starting to grind out a little bit of an edge here. See if Lazook is able to rally this. I mean, it's not over, you know. I don't want to be too grim about it. It just looks, it looks a little unfortunate for the early going. You just want to keep the Cathay infantry a little bit farther back. Like, you had all of these long spears and warriors that are, like, all the way up here, and there's archers. Most of the archers are, like, way in the back line here. They're not even within range of most of the Norskan army. They are now that the Norskans have kind of closed the gap. But if you play a denser formation with more layers to it, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Norska to get through them all into the missiles in a timely manner. Cathay wins games by breaking their opponent's early momentum and then just slowly shooting them off the field while replacing any relevant losses and building up like a critical mass of Jade Lancers and Onyx Cronin that can then punish everything. Marauder Great Weapons staying in here, getting a little bit of value, nothing too crazy. Beasts of Tashnar and the Skin Wolves have found another one of the Jade Lancers who are getting wrecked right now, man. And the Peasant Long Spearman running, not able to hang in, and a beautiful Sea Fang there. Lore of Boats doing its thing, making life a living hell for everything in the back line. That's what makes Wolfric so good into so many factions. You bring Throg if you're afraid of character sniping. You bring Wolfric if you need to kill stuff that you otherwise can't access early on. Beautiful Pendulum as well. Peasant Archers getting shredded. Pretty even on the value right now, though. What's going on with the Jade Lancers? Jade Lancers rallying back here. Peasant Longspears breaking. Skin Wolves getting up into the back line. This is where it's going to get really ugly for Cathay now, I think. They've got a few Jade Warriors hanging in. They've done good damage to the Soul Crusher, but it's still got 6,000 HP. I mean, these Mammoths just, I mean, they have 14,000 health, guys. I mean, they're hard to kill without really heavy AP. And not having, like, Crane Gunners or any Iron Hail guns is definitely making it a lot more difficult to finish this thing off. So, despite trading fairly well, Lazuka, just with the fact that all of these missiles are being compromised, that's pretty much game. Because Cathay is just so awful in melee combat, they will never ever get back out on the points. They're going to get stuffed back, even if Norska trades down slowly but surely over the course of the end game. As long as they're able to kill all these missiles, that's going to be it. You know, they've got Norskan Ice Wolves chasing down these Jade Lancers. Onyx Croman crumbling out there. Another Marauder Ice Wolf Chariot in now. Very healthy and already getting about half of its value back. It's going to just make mincemeat out of the Jade Warriors here. You can see them piling in here. Running them down. Bands of the Silver Road routing the wrong direction. Running into the opponent's lines here. Lots of Ice Wolves on the field, and Skin Wolves have found the Jade War Drum here, which is very occupied trying to survive in melee combat. A lot of Jade Warrior crossbows, some of them trapped up here around the War Drum, the others on the low ground. They're able to shoot when they're spread out like this. They're at least able to fire a few volleys off, but nothing too devastating is the problem. And the Soul Crusher fighting against the Celestial Lion here, which isn't bad. Beautiful Dragon Breath, by the way. Honestly, Zhao Ming has been the only thing that has performed well here for Lazuka. The shooting was decent early on, but, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and this is kind of what I was expecting to happen. With the early losses of those long spears and warriors, and Norska's just sheer aggression, dude. I mean, you think that there's a lot of factions that can play an Unga Bunga type of style. Norska is probably one of the best at taking the early engagements, just because of the number of like vortexes and wind spells they have that do just obscene damage to missile units in the back line. Now, Norska has lost quite a few units, but they get another Ice Wolf Chariot out. They've got another Skin Wolf on the way in, this one armored, so it's going to be a little bit more resilient to the Jade Lancers. You add in the fact that they've also got Fizz Res. Jade Lancers are barely going to be able to touch those guys, and the Onyx Croman do have magic damage to get around the physical resistance, but won't be able to get through not just the armor, but also the regen these guys have. Wolfric running for his life, trying to stay away from these Skin Wolves, man. Skin Wolves get a good engagement on Zhao Ming, get the Beasts of Tashnar. They're going to be running underneath the Celestial Lion now. They get a good charge off, getting some good damage on this thing. You see it dropping HP, nobody's business. A beautiful Dragon Breath comes in and is able to cause a Terror Rout on the Beasts, though. Skin Wolves still healthy. They're not suffering too badly for it. They'll be fine. Not enough units to deal with the Jade Lancers and this Onyx Croman unit right now. A lot of investment into the chariots. I mean, you already cleaned up most of the infantry. You probably just want another skin wolf. Skin wolves are 950. You know, the ice wolf chariots are 900. Just those extra, what? That's 4 seconds. Yeah, 4 seconds, and you'll have the extra 50 gold you need to get out the skin wolf instead. Skin wolves are decent against infantry as well with their charge bonus. They can run over stuff like that. It would help a lot to have 2 of them on the field right now. Because the ice wolf chariots are not going to be able to kill the cavalry at all. There's a lot of peasant horsemen on the field as well. Lazuka down in value, but you can see here that armor on the skin wolves coming in pretty clutch right now. I mean, they've gotten about 750 value. They're helping out the Ice Wolf chariots, just hanging in there, and Femir Balefiend actually taking a fight against the Celestial Lion. Honestly, not bad. I mean, the Femir and the Lion is exhausted, so losing a lot of stats. Femir Balefiends are pretty horrible in combat for the most part, but they got good weapon strength. Actually able to get some pretty effective damage in on the Celestial Lion if it's able to hit against the low melee defense it has. Wulfric almost dies here. He gets terror routed. He is going to rally, though, thanks to the rage, giving him extra leadership. He'll rally on the edge of the battlefield. He'll probably just sit back here the rest of the game and never engage again. And in the process, the Skin Wolves come out of the spawn zone, and they are able to surround the Celestial Lion and kill it. That's probably the last best bet for Cathay, was to have the Celestial Lion get some timely leadership rates on the Norskan units. Without the Celestial Lion, yeah, their poor melee stats are just not going to get them enough value. Skin Wolves, unoccupied, need to get away from the Peasant Longspears that are on the way in. Marauder Great Weapons should get up into those guys. Remember Balefiend moving across. Really nice Melkoths going down on those Jade Lancers. Another Jade Lancer hanging in over here. I think that's the second summon of it, though. Only 1,000 value on it. Maybe it's the first, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Peasant Horsemen just about paying for themselves. Skin Wolves really need to be the ones fighting those Jade Lancers, man. You don't want to leave your infantry open to these rear charges. Problems for Cathay is that they don't have Harmony available on anything, because they don't have the ability to keep any Onyx Chromen nearby of any of their melee troops. Jade Lancers really are only good if they have the support of Onyx Chromen and vice versa. Without the mutual support and the close requirements for Harmony, it makes it very difficult in the late game for Cathay. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about my idea for reworking Harmony now, because I think it will help out a lot. Instead of doing this nonsense where units have to be within 60 meters of one another, 60 meters is so close. It's not very fair, especially in domination mode, for Cathay to have to play with their units so, like, buttoned up next to one another. What they need to do instead, in my opinion, they should have it so that Harmony is at max intensity when you have an equal number of Yin and Yang units on the field. So if you had 4 units with Yin Harmony and 4 Yang units, then you've got max Harmony. If you have 3 Yang units and no Yin units on the field, then you don't get any Harmony. If they did that, then it would still maintain the uniqueness of Harmony, but it would make it a lot more easy and, like, doable for Cathay to be able to, like, maintain that balance so that their units aren't always constantly out of position in the late game. Because it doesn't even make sense that they have to be so close together, because they're all in the same battlefield. Like, the idea is that the units are working in harmony with one another, right? Like, they support each other. If they're on the same field of battle, then, like, I mean, they're already literally supporting one another, right? I mean, come on. Hello? Like, don't be needlessly punishing. It would help for campaign as well. I just think it would be a nice little adjustment to the current mechanics. I another beautiful pendulum. I mean, that was an overcasted one, and it just basically one-shot both those peasant long spears. This is why you don't keep units lined up like this. Ever.
Points. Take it back. Unending glory is yours.
Advisor overloading me with voice lines all at once. Never ever line your units up like this. Even in late game situations, even if you think your opponent's completely out of Winds of Magic and you haven't even seen a breath spell up to that point, it's just a good habit to have them offset. Like, one unit here, another a little farther back on the point. If you get punished like that by a wind spell in the late game, I mean, that's like the straw that broke the camel's back there. I mean, they were the units capping a point up for Cathay. Cathay just hasn't been able to consolidate on any of these points, and every time they try to, there's just like a horde of wolves just everywhere, running their asses over, isolating the Jade Lancers with skin wolves, and then you've got the chariots, like, making life difficult for Zhao Ming. And, you know, Flying Lords are great, but the lack of cap weight on them can make it a little bit problematic for them in situations like what we saw there, where Cathay wasn't totally out of it, but they're just so far behind, and they desperately need any and all cap weight that they can get, especially something durable. So their most durable unit, being Zhao Ming not having any at all, makes it so that Norska does not have to play anywhere that Zhao Ming is. Basically, they get to choose where they take fights on the objectives, while Cathay is forced into a situation where Zhao Ming can still value trade, but he has to constantly respond to where Norska is going. Which is always going to benefit the faction that has the mobility advantage, because, again, you get to go anywhere on the battlefield, while your opponent has to support all of their slow units that have to stay close together. And if they're not slow units that have to stick together, they're expensive units that have a lot of counters on the other side that you need the additional light damage against, desperately. It's really well played by Legatus there. Like, excellent magic usage won that game for Norska, for sure. One of the first Seafang was, you know, pretty mediocre, but even there it got respectable value. Some of the follow-ups were just absolutely devastating, man. It was on a razor's edge. I mean, the thing about Cathay is that they're not bad. They can win. They can even win tournaments, because the game is balanced enough now, in domination mode specifically, that I think any faction is capable of winning a tournament, even if a little luck is involved at all times in that equation, just because so many factions are going to run into counters eventually. The problem that Cathay has is their weak late game. They have to uptrade early. They have to hold on to a value lead for the majority of the game, and they just don't have the melee DPS to stick with a lot of factions, and that's why they're the lowest win rate on the leaderboard right now. It sucks. I wish it were different. It's just facts of life, though, right now. It will hopefully change at some point, though. It would be really nice if Cathay were a little bit more well-rounded and consistent, and the harmony change that I have suggested, I think would, like I said, be good not just for domination mode. I think it would be good for land battles as well as single player, because it would open up more opportunities for Cathay to play a little bit more mobility oriented, because they can do full mobility builds, but it's so micro intensive because you have to keep your Onyx Crowmen in so many different places at once that it can very quickly spiral out of hand, and you can just overwhelm yourself with, like, decisions that you're constantly having to make, and keeping everything in just, like, perfect order. I think it's just a little bit unfair to ask that of a majority of players, and I don't think it would be breaking the game to make it a little bit easier to have harmony up on a regular basis. Yeah, we saw this one on Saturday. What games have we not seen? I don't think we've seen this one. Let's watch some Greenskins versus Tomb Kings. Who would have the edge in this map? Probably the Greenskins. They've got answers for Cetra. They've got, like, good tools for shutting down ranged in the back line. There's no way they struggle with the front line of the Tomb Kings. How do Tomb Kings win this? Probably by poking at long range. Tomb Kings are honestly like a better Cathay in a way. Like, they have very expensive missiles that they're very reliant on with some strong lord options, backed up by a lot of crap house infantry who just can't do anything except be like a buffer for better units, essentially. But Tomb Kings, at the very least, have an advantage in that they're not reliant on a gimmicky mechanic like Harmony. They have chariots. Their chariots are pretty damn good. The skeleton chariots and the skeleton archer chariots are very strong too. In fact, the skeleton archer chariots are straight up better because they have a really strong missile and they have the same stats as the melee chariot for only 150 gold more. Tomb Kings also have some of the best spells in the game. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance is a cavalry killing powerhouse of a spell. It just wrecks anything like Morgrubs, or even the Orc Boy Biggins will suffer being hit by Usirians. Jafts and Nerus are also fairly good spells. Good lore passive with the Restless Dead gives quite a bit of passive healing to everything on the field. Bone Giant I'm not so sure of. I think Bone Giants are just straight up a terrible unit. They're too inaccurate. They have line of sight issues for some ungodly reason. I don't know how, but they do. They also don't have that much ammo. Like 20 volleys looks like a lot on paper, but considering how often they miss shots, it honestly really isn't that great. I mean, Bone Giants being a ranged unit, generally speaking, a Bone Giant is at best going to pay for itself. Right now, it's getting, it's having a really good time because it's getting to just bully this poor little Great Shaman. Damn, I haven't missed a shot yet. Here's the thing though. No, you should never ever bring a foot character against the Tomb Kings. There's two reasons for that. One, there's Ushabti Greatbows. Ushabti Greatbows are already good enough at shooting accurately to kill foot characters. I guess Bone Giants can also kill foot characters, but Cetra by himself is already good enough to just run back there and just pummel that pathetic little Great Shaman into oblivion. Like, Cetra wouldn't have any problems with that on his own. And Cetra's kind of hard to lock down with 5,500 mass. Even for cavalry at times, he can push out of them at will. And make your life kind of miserable. Levka's playing way too carefully with Cetra back here. I mean, your opponent does have these Doom Divers that can shoot Cetra, but they've also got to shoot the Ushabti Greatbows, who are probably a little more important to hit right now for the Greenskins. Cetra really should get up in here and just be charging through as much of the infantry as possible. And using the Usirians on this Orc Boy, not a very good call. Not because it won't do damage to the Orc Boys, but because it's more effective damage on more expensive and lower entity units, like the Morgrub's Mangy Marauders. So, stuff like Melkoths. Melkoths is powerful enough that for a unit with 4,500 HP, the Morgrub's Mangy Marauders go down to a little bit more than half of their HP from just Melkoths, and Usirians is almost double the duration of Melkoths. I'm pretty sure it's like 2 seconds off for Shadow's Magic. Hello? There it is. Yeah, 13 seconds as opposed to, what, 24? Yeah, 24 seconds on Usirians. Usirians doesn't one-shot Morgrim's Magi Marauders, but does so much damage that they're functionally useless because they're a low leadership unit. They'll just start terror routing anytime something is nearby that's scary. And there's also fear on pretty much everything that the Tomb Kings bring, so they can also just route purely from that. Settra doesn't need to be chasing into the back line like this against the Morgrims. He's never going to catch them, as long as they stay on the move. And they do a lot of damage. They're like full AP. I mean, 10 AP damage is pretty disgusting. They've got quite a few models at 80. They fire really quickly as well, since they're an ROR every 6.6 seconds. They'll very quickly wear out a character like Settra. Settra should just come back here and run over the Ruglets. He's like the poster boy for, I want to murder stuff in the back line, and I hate archers, and I want to kill them. Do it. Come on, buddy. Yeah, there we go. We're going to get the full effect here. Charges up through the middle of them, so, you know, functionally the HP damage isn't that great, but you see he actually clears out a decent number of models. With his big armor-piercing weapon strength, he'll be able to kill these guys fairly quickly in melee combat. Bone Giant creeping forward, and yeah, this Savage Orc Shaman has just been getting shot to pieces, man. Good Ushapti summon in the back line. Trying to get it on top of the Doom Diver catapult. The Ushapti models do manage to push their way over here. Could this be where Levko starts getting into the game again? Things have definitely not gone great for the Tomb Kings. They've lost one Ushapti Greatbow, and the other one is basically on death's bed over here. Probably going to crumble out, in fact. Still getting hit by the Doom Divers, and their leadership is broken, so yeah, they're dead. They're not going to be able to rally, and they're going to go down. Settra does kill the Rugloods, though. They are terror routed. They do rally here, but Setra's still on them. He's just going to keep killing models. How much value does he have? 700 ain't bad. And Usirians on the Broken Tusk mob here would go a long way right now, because the Greenskins outside of these Doom Divers don't have anything to kill Settra anymore. If he just uses an Usirians here and runs away and denies value to the Broken Tusk mob, what the Tomb Kings can do is just push the Kefir Guard up onto the Rusty Heirs here and try and kill them if your opponent's not super on top of their micro. And you've got like a decent line of Ushapti coming in. Like, these are not the summon. Like, the summon is dissipated back here. They got a bunch of Ushapti coming out of the actual spawns with a wave of skeletons to like buffer for them, and this is where Ushapti can do really well. Although they do get charged down by the Savage Orc Boar Boys here, which is not good for them. Savage Orc Boar Boys have good AP values, much cheaper unit as well. Chipping in against the Ushapti pretty nicely here. Rusty Heirs do route, which is nice, and the Kefir Guard looking to hang in, doing their very bestest to persevere. Look at Snaggle over here. Snaggle does get the net and is actually putting a little work on Settra, but important to remember the Death's Creepers, as well as the Savage Orc Arrow Boys and the Doom Divers are all focusing Settra right now. So it's not so much Snaggle that's doing the damage, he just actually got value out of the Spiderweb attack this time. And Settra going down here is kind of a disaster. Like, there's a good hold on the objectives for the Tomb Kings. The Greenskins are fairly reliant on these Doom Divers for their value trading right now. The problem for the Tomb Kings will be their bad cap weight. Skeleton Warriors have 2 cap weight as opposed to, like, Goblins aren't a good example. Oh, Savage Orc Air Boys. Like, any baseline infantry for the Greenskins has 5 cap weight. It takes 3 Skeleton Warriors or Skeleton Spears to be able to hang on to an objective from 1 Greenskin unit. And they're fairly equal in cost. I mean, An Orc Boy is 425 gold. A Skeleton Warrior is 300. Spears are 325. So you just throw up like 2 Orc Boys on any point, and unless the Tomb Kings are throwing out their cavalry who have like 4 cap weight, then they're not going to be able to hang on to points for very long. And then you got Orc Boar Boy Biggins, and they'll easily be able to clear out Nekakara Horsemen, provided they don't get double teamed, that is. Shop Tea, with decent value, they do compromise one of the Doom Divers here. 1,500 on this one. Where's the other Doom Diver going? Oh wow, both Doom Divers routing. Uh-oh. That's actually really bad for the Greenskins. Okay, maybe the Tomb Kings are gonna be able to outlast this here. They're skirmishing really well. Levko has done great work with the Skeleton Horse Archers. Like, they all up-traded already, which is really impressive just with their bows. Their bows don't hit very hard. They're pretty light impact. They've got a decent number of volleys, but it's just going to be gravy on top at this point now with them getting into melee combat. Like, they may not annihilate these Orc Boys. Wa comes in at a very opportune time. They should be able to beat this Orc Boy and hang on to this point. With a triple cap, they will be able to put the Greenskins on the back foot pretty quickly here. Nekakara Horsemen getting swarmed by waves of Boar Boys here. Got some Biggins as well as some Savage Orcs. Nekakara Horsemen, very, very bad if they don't get their charge off. I mean, they've got okay melee defense for a cavalry unit, but they just don't have good armor. They're not going to be able to out-trade the Greenskins' mobility, more than likely. And once these guys are done, then it's just going to be a matter of Bobby having the patience to just cycle charge everything off of the number 1, stuff back any reinforcements, and then just do the same to the 3 and the 2. We'll see if the Tomb Kings can hold this. If they lose 2 points before they get to 1,300, then I think they're going to lose. And they're down by about 3,000 value. I don't have any utility either, man. They've just got, like, waves of garbage coming in. I mean, Lefko's got a decent amount of supplies. Might be trying to get Cetra back out, but at this point, I don't even know if Cetra is going to be able to do much. 1 Doom Diver is rallied, actually. We got 3 of the actual catapults alive as well. So, decent amount of damage it can put up. Hammer of Gork also shooting down a lot of these Skeleton Warriors, and there's a lot of crumbling. That's something that isn't being taken into consideration either. Usually the Tomb Kings are fairly resilient to crumbling because of the lore passive as well as Realm of Souls, but in late games like this is where crumbling really starts to add up and ends up being a big problem for the undead factions. Outside of the vampire counts always have passive healing just because of Mortis engines and corpse carts and all kinds of other shenanigans. I mean, they've got the hunger and regen on a whole bunch of stuff too. They are usually fine in the late game. That's part of the reason that the vampire counts, as opposed to the Tomb Kings and Coast, are actually well represented at the top in terms of win rate. Vampire counts, I think, are the number 2 win rate faction last time I looked, which was a couple days ago. I don't think they've moved off of that spot. Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast are just much more, like, high execution and a little build dependent. Vampire Coast and the Tomb Kings, they're some of the few factions that have a fairly limited play styles where a lot of their units are just not good. Tomb Kings are very reliant on, like, Chosen of the Gods, catapults, skeleton horsemen, skeleton horse archers, their chariots, Cetra, and the sphinxes. They don't really flex a lot of their other, like, more niche units into their builds because of that. You just don't have a lot of room for it, because you also have to bring in a whole bunch of chaff to help those other units value trade.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
there's a lot of things that you need to do right as the Tomb Kings. The big problem for the Tomb Kings was these Ushapti Greatbows getting absolutely murdered by the Doom Divers. That was really smart on Bobby's part. The big mistake that Bobby made, and it's really the only big one that I can really be critical of, is the Orc Shaman. When you see that Bone Giant out on the field, don't leave this guy out in the open field. Just put him in the forest off to the side. The Bone Giant is not going to be able to shoot into that forest effectively. And it's fairly safe in there away from Cetra, because Cetra does not have Woodsman. He doesn't pass through trees, so he has to maneuver between them. You know, he's looking like a student driver in those things. And he also loses a bunch of stats being in trees as well. So your Orc Great Shaman would have been better off sitting in the trees. But Bobby did a great job of staying patient, not panicking when he lost his lord, using the Doom Divers to kill the expensive stuff, taking Cetra down, and then just grinding out the value against the Tomb King stuff. Necrotech on foot. Necrotechs are a little bit of an investment. I'm not a huge fan of them. The problem with the Necrotechs is, the hell is, there they are. The problem with Necrotechs is that they get a little bit expensive if you don't want them to be, like, hot dog shit in combat. Like, for 500 gold, they're not terrible combatants. They get a really good bonus versus infantry, so they can grind a little bit against a lot of infantry formations. Against any kind of comparable character, though, they will just get wrecked because of the low armor, terrible melee defense, and much weaker weapon strength than, say... Oh, perfect example. Wargors. Compare them to a Wargore. Wargores are 600 gold, but if you're bringing Necrotechs, you're bringing Restore, so they're technically 600. And if you want to bring the Vambraces of the Sun, that's another 200 gold, so then they're getting up to 800. Vambraces are kind of important if you want the Necrotechs to do any damage in melee combat. And just a straight one-on-one between a Wargore and a Necrotech, the Wargores win. I mean, it's not like the best trade in the world for the Wargores, but they're just better all the way around. They do more damage. They've got Primal Fury, so they don't care about the fear that Necrotechs cause. They have extra melee attack at base with their own bonus versus infantry of 20 and extra weapon strength. I mean, a full 40 extra, and I think a lot of that is, yeah, a lot of that is armor piercing. So the Wargores are going to be able to pummel against the what little armor the Necrotechs have, who are going to be at an even bigger disadvantage because Wargores have 80 armors compared to the Necrotechs at 55. Their AP spread is less efficient, so they'll have a harder time getting through this armor. They're okay, I guess, if you can keep them cheap, but honestly, the, constructs, the super big expensive constructs, people are just game planning for nowadays, because Cetra has been so meta on that Sphinx for so long that you just aren't going to be seeing any opportunities for Cetra to bully quite as much as he used to. Generally speaking, the Tomb Kings are kind of a one-trick in a way, where if you're able to deal with their War Sphinxes and single entities, you're usually going to be able to carry out a game pretty easily against them. As long as you don't let yourself get swarmed by a million skeleton horsemen, and shot to death by Ushapti Greatbows or Chosen of the Gods or the Sepulchral Stalkers, you're fine. Tomb Kings are a good faction. They just aren't quite on the same power curve as the other ones. Yeah, well, that's the nice thing about the Vambraces. If you bring the Necrotechs with the Vambraces, that's awesome. They're gonna get a lot of extra value as a result. And yeah, that's another good point. They don't heal the Lord because Cetra does not count as a construct, despite being mounted on one. The only healing that Cetra gets is from Realm of Souls and the lore passive, Restless Dead. This is honestly, like, the perfectly acceptable kit on Cetra. You want him to be as cheap as possible. He's already expensive. 2,500 gold is a lot of money to spend on one character. Yeah. Let's see what we got. I'm saving some of the replays. I'm holding a few of these back because I'm going to be casting them in anticipation of my vacation in 2 weeks' time. So, do as many of them as possible, but I'm not going to give the whole game away because there are some that I would like to show off at a later date. We watched this one. What have we not seen? Did we watch this High Elves Dark Elves match? Malchus on the Dragon. I don't think we watched this one, so let's see how this goes. Dark Elves have a pretty good matchup into the High Elves, generally speaking, although I do think that if you play your cards right as the High Elves, you can get, like, a build that kind of just counters whatever the Dark Elves bring in. I do think that what Scope has here is not going to do that well, though. Scion of Red Ruin is a really good combatant and is anti-large in terms of specialty. It'll be able to fight Eltharion without too many problems, and the Frostheart Phoenix. It just doesn't want to get double-teamed. But hey, that's why you got Malekith, right? Mali should make that much more even trade. And he'll just, like, drop Soul Stealer and get the extra wand from Power of Darkness, and all will be well in the Druchii realms, so to speak. Reaver Archers looking to cap the point. Maybe we watched this one already. I don't fucking remember. I don't think we did. I think I would have remembered Eltharion into Malekith on the dragon. Oh, he's got Circlet of Iron. So he's getting the power recharge rate and the miscast chance is being lowered. Okay, but here's the thing, right? Soul Stealer does not have an overcast. There's no reason to bring the Circlet of Iron because, like, the recharge rate is great, but you've got Power of Darkness that already raises the recharge rate for you. Pacing out your healings is a good idea anyways. You're gonna get, like, 5, maybe even 6 Soul Stealers off. I don't remember the exact number, but the amount of Winds of Magic you get is, I'm pretty sure, the same every game, so I believe it's like around 100. At 18 Winds of Magic, you can heal cap Malekith if you use Power of Darkness to get, like, 1 extra Soul Stealer off. And it's a pretty good heal. I mean, it's just shy of 10%. 10% heals on dragons are pretty crazy.
Keep it from the foe.
It adds up pretty quickly. I mean, 10% heal is, you know, 840 health, so, I mean, Mali will be getting about 780 extra HP every time he hits with Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer is also really good against single entities. Perfect for punishing Eltharion and the Frostheart Phoenix. Look at them dodges. That's professional stuff right there. Exil was in the finals for this tournament, so showing some stuff off here just by dodging back and forth. You might think this is gimmicky. I've legitimately heard people say that nobody should be allowed to do the serpentine nonsense, but it's a fantasy setting. I think it kind of makes sense that the way the mechanics work with units that fire missiles, I think it's pretty appropriate in a fantasy setting that there's, like, some kind of preternatural, like, reflexes that some of these units would have to be able to avoid missile fire like that. really only single entities can do it effectively. Like infantry and to a limited extent cavalry are not really able to do the same kind of maneuvers. It's a little bit harder for them. Sign of Red Ruin being able to dodge missiles is honestly pretty fluffy. I can justify it in terms of headcanon at the very least.
You have the
Fireborn with a good charge up the middle into the Bleak Swords until you get punished for being over-aggressive. You gotta be careful and aware of where your opponent's like counter units are. You know, they're playing the game too. You don't, just because you have an opportunity to charge down infantry in the front line doesn't mean you need to take it. Like, yeah, these Bleak Swords are, like, perfectly fine to attack with the Fireborn, but not when there's Cold One Knights right behind them, and Malekith, and Scourge Runners, and Siren of Red Ruin right behind it all. Siren of Red Ruin, I believe, just dropped the Whale of Malice. There's a Soul Stealer going down. We get a Terror out on the Fireborn. Eltharion doing some decent damage. Mistwalker Barrage kind of missing all the relevant targets, though. And he's still getting shot by the Scourge Runners. And Frostheart Phoenix taking some massive damage, too. And with the Fireborn being killed so early and only getting 400 value, it's an 1,850 gold unit, guys. I mean, getting 400 gold on these guys is about as painful as it gets. That is unfortunate. It's a very avoidable unforced error as well. There's no reason to dive up in here like that. I mean, take your engagements with your infantry. There's also a lot of blobbing going on the front line here. Like, get both these rangers out. Get the War Lions and get the Rangers out and go attack this Bleak Sword. That would be fine. Having 3 units blobbed up in here means that you've got... How many models do you have in here? You've got, what, 111, 110, 114... I mean, in theory, you've got like 360 models that can fight, and functionally about 280 of them are cheerleading right now. That's very inefficient. You want your units to be in combat. You don't want them standing around, tiring themselves out for absolutely no gain, because, don't get me wrong, just because these guys aren't fighting doesn't mean they're not losing vigor. Like, you can see Rangers tired, winded, tired over here as well. And the back rows have not even done any damage, so that's just a huge loss. It's a little weird that it works that way, but I think it'd be kind of hard to program the, like, performance and behavior to be set so that, you know, single models lose vigor, and it takes, like, the average, to, like, show how much vigor has been lost. I think that would be a little bit too difficult for the game engine. This is an old game engine, by the way, guys. Some of the stuff that I recommend that CA change is like ideas for the future when they update the game engine for whatever their next mainline title is. So this has been the version that they've been using for like, what, 8-9 years now? Like, it was very new and amazing in, like, 2017, but in 2025, it's getting to the point where it's a little bit outdated. Malekith is just going to take this game over. Malekith is a hard carry unit, and he just brutalized Eltharion. You saw Eltharion get shot out of the sky by the Scourge Runner chariots. He's going to tear out everything on the ground. He absolutely will carry a game for you. He's great in that regard. The weakness of Malekith is how much he costs, right? I mean, he's barely paying for himself right now. In fact, I don't think he is, because with the Circlet of Iron, I think he's 29 or 3,000 gold in total. Now he's getting it. Beautiful Soul Stealer over here. The Soul Stealers have been great, and the nice thing is that it hits the Frostheart Phoenix, but also War Lions. War Lions at 24 models actually meet the criteria for stuff like Spirit Leech and Soul Stealer. to do fairly effective damage because it's spreading the damage out across the whole unit, yeah, but each individual model taking like 75 to, what is it? Oh, 37 to 75 damage is going to weaken down these 24 models pretty efficiently. I mean, it's going to make it so that they're dropping entities much earlier and much faster. Alright, Spearmen being chased back, White Lions being chased back, and Exul just having a whale of a time. The Siren has done okay. Like, 1400 value is alright on it. It's not quite paid for itself. Gotten both of its Whales of Malice out. We do have the Fireborn Shattering here. Look, I mean, they came back and got 200 more value. Good on them.
You have the foe's victory point.
Not nearly good enough,
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
It got a couple good volleys off on the Sisters of Avalorn, and that's really good enough, honestly. These Medusas in the late game are really nasty because they're great at clearing out chaff infantry. When your opponent might be getting desperate and just spamming stuff out because they don't want to give up the ghost. They're a great way of shutting down your opponent and just totally icing the game out from there. Really appreciate everybody who's here. And we'll keep it going, man. I mean, we've got, it's actually cooled off some, so I might be able to do, like, a nice 4-hour stream today, instead of having to do something super short, like I was afraid of. That's what was happening on Monday. I was planning on doing one Monday, like I always do for the new player replays, and it was, like, 95 degrees, and I live in freaking Michigan. It was awful. I mean, I was sitting in front of my computer, and my computer is like a pretty beefy rig, so it puts out quite a bit of heat. And without central AC, it just heats up my room too much, and I was like sweating my ass off just like setting up for the stream. I was in my room for about an hour, and then I was like run out of there. I was like, fuck this, I'm going to the gym. It's cooler working out than it is sitting and playing video games. I'm gonna have a better time there. So I regret not being able to stick to like the typical schedule, but I hope this is kind of making up for it. If anybody has any requests, by the way, hit me up. Let's actually, did we watch? I don't think we watched this one the other day. I saved a lot of Legatus's replays, because Legatus is a very practiced Norska player. Very, very good with them. I really like showing Legatus off when I have a little more time to talk about the strategies behind Norska, because Norska is a very good faction, but they're not very popular because they haven't gotten an update since they were released. And they tend to be a little bit forgotten about in the milieu of all the new Chaos factions that came out with Warhammer 3, so they're kind of like the ugly stepchild of the game overall. Having somebody who can consistently rep them at a high level is really nice, because then you can kind of go through and have a very nice showcase for their strengths and weaknesses, because Norska is very well balanced. Like, there are matchups that Norska absolutely dominates because factions just can't deal with the aggression from Norska, but there are a lot of matchups where they can struggle, and also a lot that are quite even that they play into. In fact, I do think this is actually a fairly even matchup, so there's two things going for the Chaos Dowie here. One, Chaos Dwarves have a lot of fire damage. I mean, they got it all over the place. I mean, Hobgoblin Archers, Fire Glaives, Infernal Ironsworn. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I mean, Magma Cannons, but those don't really do a whole lot of damage to a lot of stuff. Fire damage isn't super relevant for them, ironically enough, considering they're called Magma Cannons, but whatever. We'll move on from that. You got the Bale Taurus characters, although Great Taurus here, actually. I don't really like the Great Tauruses. I think they're pretty bad. They have bad melee defense. They don't have that much armor. They are pretty weak on the HP front as well. Another problem here is there's no... Where is the Chalice of Blood and Darkness? No Chalice of Blood and Darkness on the Sorcerer Prophet. So, here's the thing. If you're not going to bring the Chalice of Blood and Darkness on your Sorcerer Prophets, then you should just bring Astrogoth. Because Astrogoth is... got almost as much HP as the Great Taurus. He's got a great lore of magic with the fire and mixed Hashit lore. He's got like Flamestorm, which is awesome for clearing out infantry, and Norska does bring a decent amount of infantry. It's really good against all chaff. It's really good for blocking off big portions of a battlefield too, because Flamestorm lasts 27 seconds, which is a crazy duration for a Vortex, by the way. You bring the Sorcerer Prophets when you want to put them on a Bale Taurus with the Chalice, because Chalice of Blood and Darkness procs a heal whenever your opponent casts magic on a 90-second cooldown. That adds up so quickly on those big Bale Tauruses, which have really good stats as well. Makes them very survivable, and they can do nasty work that way. Wolfric is sitting up on the Mammoth, actually. Has Foe Seeker. Foe Seeker is fine. It's not that impactful oftentimes, because the Vigor reduction is nice, and the extra speed is cool, but on a 60-second cooldown, by the time you've used it 2 times, your unit's exhausted anyways. I mean, it's just okay. I do like having Wolfric on the Mammoth here, though, because he will absolutely trample over all of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. He can also do it to the Infernal Guard and any sneak he gets and stuff. Legatus lapsing on the micro, very uncharacteristic here. Overstretching a little bit right now. Okay, so you get a win, you kill some of the sneak he gets. That's nice. But you don't need to be playing all 3 objectives if your opponent is. Here's the thing. If your opponent is playing all 3 objectives, look at the amount of gold that they've got sitting out over on the number 1 point right now. This is 500, 650, 1200, and 500 here. It's like 2,800 gold sitting over here, and a lot of these are slow units. They're going to have a hard time repositioning. Instead of having your chariot over here kind of getting shot to pieces, like, you could have it on the other side of the field running over these Hobgoblin archers. There's not really a whole lot to protect the Hobgoblins right now. They've got Bull Centaurs by. I mean, fairly close, but they're 62 speed. Your chariots at 95 speed should be able to run away. You can run through those Hobgoblins and rotate around and then come to the other side and kind of do the same over here. When they're just sitting over here getting shot to pieces, you're just bleeding a lot of value to your opponent. That's the biggest thing that I see people struggle with against these defensive gunline factions. You don't have to charge up in here like that. It's a big overextension. Beautiful volleys from the throwing axes here, though. Okay, so here's my thought process. Get your chariot, get it over here, get all your infantry moving in as one. Start against one position of your opponent, because, again, they got a lot of infantry here. They're going to be fairly slow to maneuver. You can probably, with the aggression and the ferocity that Norska is able to bring to the table, you could overrun all of these units here pretty easily, because most of this is just Hobgoblins. And you might not think it's super important to kill all these guys, but they're an annoying little piece of... They're just annoying, man. They're sticky. The bows especially do nasty damage to the fire attacks. And getting rid of them means that you have more room to maneuver around the battlefield, and your opponent has less to hang on to objectives, because Hobgoblins actually do have full cap weight. It's worth knowing and remembering. They are not an expendable unit. I've heard many people make that unfortunate assumption and been surprised to find out that they have the full cap weight, just like the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. So come over here, kill these hobgoblins, which should be pretty doable since they don't have a lot of support. Then you can rotate up to the number 2, or if your opponent just sends all their stuff from the number 1 over to the number 2, then you bring stuff out of reserve, go up to the number 1, cap that, and have your opponent, like, playing off of the middle objective where they suddenly have their entire army, and they have a choice to make. They have to either rotate their entire army between terrain blockers, right, and reposition to take the number 1, or they have to rotate over to the number 3 objective, and they gotta shift their army over, like, and they basically rotated the entire battlefield at that point. And they've already lost over here, and you'll still have units positioned, so they're gonna need to commit more over onto this point, right? If they reinforce onto the number 1 and leave the number 2 with not enough, then you can dive the number 2 as well. So there's a whole lot of things that you can do if you just pick on the weak units. You don't have to fight the expensive, good stuff that your opponent has. And, I mean, Wolfric is just getting shot to death by the Fireglaves and the Hobgoblin Archers right now. It's a very avoidable situation, man. Check the ranges. Like, look at the range in the Fireglades. They're sitting in the trees. They're pretty untouchable right now. But I'm telling you, man, they can't fire up onto the number 3. They can cover, like, a small corner of it. But if your opponent wants to get these Infernal Guard Fireglaves any kind of good positioning to support the number 3 objective, they have to come out of the trees, and that's when you can attack them at that point. Check missile unit ranges. Press spacebar, please. Please press spacebar. Like, if you just press it, you can see the firing arcs and the orders and the positioning on pretty much everything. Like, when you press it, you see all of your own stuff. It's a little different when you're the spectator. You can see everybody's orders, but if you want to know where your opponent's missile units are aiming or where their arcs are, you can still click on them and it'll show you. You know? Like, if I were in this battle myself, and I clicked on this Hobgoblin Archer, I'm like, okay, I see that their range is out to here. So then I just put my infantry here. And then my opponent's like, oh, they're just out of range. Let me creep up. And then they creep up a little bit, they get set up, and then they fire, and then I retreat a little bit more, and they have to think, or they're like, oh, maybe I keep creeping forward, maybe I go for more shooting, and depending on how they play it, you can then, like, dive onto those overextended units at that point. Or you just keep retreating, pulling them deeper and deeper, and then you just rotate around and go somewhere else. And then you just leave the missile units looking like a bunch of dummies with nothing to do. Legatus actually swinging back a little bit of a value lead here. I mean, Wolfric has been absolutely clowned on this game, but we finally get an overwhelming force up onto the number 3 objective here, and the Cathay Fireborn just get absolutely annihilated by the throwing axes. The throwing axes have been what's keeping Norska in this game. It's a big mistake, though. Just get those guys into the trees. They're not going to close the gap on Hobgoblin Archers and Infernal Guard Fireglades before they get shot to pieces. It's not worth the attempt. Keep them back in the trees and just build up some units before you push out in one big go to try and get up on all this stuff. Because trickling in like this is how you lose value with absolutely no gain. If you just push with a more consolidated force, you can overwhelm these 4 units without too many problems. Getting some good trades out here on the number 3 still. You got the Hobgoblin Archers going down. More Chaos Dowie great weapons coming in, getting some good work done. Looks like the Bull Centaur Renders got bullied as well. These guys are coming in with 282 value. That's a 1,650 gold unit. And they did that poorly the first time around. That's really brutal, man. Getting a good counter charge onto the Skinwolves here. Oh no, but don't pull away. Oh wait, these are the shielded version. Alright, don't bring shielded bull centaur renders against Norska because they don't provide you any utility. I'm not saying shielded bull centaurs are a bad unit. They actually are okay in a couple of matchups. Here's the thing, though. What you need is anti-large. You need to be able to kill skinwolves. You need to be able to kill any mammoths. And you need to be able to kill Famir. And the bull centaur great weapons are one of your best ways of doing that. Cathay, clear out the infantry. Bull centaur render great weapons, sit on top of your infantry, or with hobgoblin wolf raiders, and function as the heavy hitters that take down skinwolves. Skinwolves absolutely own this matchup. They're very weak to fire damage, but my god, do they rip and tear through just about everything, mobility-wise, that the Chaos Dowie have. And because Skinwolves have a good charge bonus with good weapon strength, they wreck Hobgoblins on the charge. I mean, I've had a couple of games playing as Norska into the Chaos Dwarves where my opponent went with one of these big Hobgoblin archer lines. You just occupy the front with all your Marauders, and then the Skinwolves get into the back line, and they will have the HP of a Hobgoblin Archer just by charging them down. It's gross, dude. And this one's gotten 1,400 value, with 24 models alive, and they're getting the regeneration going. Taking a little fire now from the Infernal Guard Fireglades, which is not great for them. The Fireglades is 1,700 value there, 1,100 here, very effective performance. This Hobgoblin Archer with 1,600 value, oh my god, dude. 500 gold unit, tripling its value. Has 2 more volleys left. Sorry about that weird audio bug. It's the, if you're ever curious why there's that weird, like, magic sounding effect going off, it's the rage mechanic. For whatever reason, the audio is bugged on Norska, so units that have rage cause that ability to, like, proc inappropriately, and it just sounds horrible in the replays. There's not really anything you can do about it, unfortunately. Doesn't mean you can follow Skinwolves around without any problems, though. Marauder Champions moving up to the number 3. They'll be able to beat everything here. They can easily kill the warriors. They can easily take out the sneaky gets. Although a pair of sneaky gets firing their precursor missiles into these guys will be able to do respectable damage. 80 armor is pretty decent. Not going to mitigate any of the AP, obviously, and not mitigating all of the base missile damage either. And these guys do have a bonus versus infantry with, like, solid enough melee attack that they're going to be able to chip in against the 40 melee defense fairly effectively. We'll see if the Marauder Champions are equal to that task. Massive, overwhelming tide of wolves coming in here, man. Very limp charge, though. You gotta be careful about diverting units when you're about to make contact with the enemy, because units don't always pull up from their charge on a dime. Lots of units will finish their charge animation if it's procced already. And then if you're, like, peeling a unit out in front of the others, it'll just block all of your dudes from actually getting in there. So the Infernal Guard Fireglades don't lose any formational cohesion here. And standing toe-to-toe together, they'll be able to take down the isolated Skinwolf models, and they take down a handful there. Very unfortunate for Norska. I mean, Legatus is keeping this very close. There have been some pretty major mistakes made by Norska here, I would say. You clean those up, and you should have a pretty easy win against the Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves lose if you just outmaneuver them. I mean, they lose really bad in the mobility game against Norska, and on a big open map like this, there's never a reason that you shouldn't be able to just play games by, like, moving between points, never giving them a square fight, denying Fireglaves good opportunities to target down your expensive stuff. and then isolating them when they're a lot more lonely in terms of support in the mid or late game.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Champions hanging in
Take it
here.
back.
They've gotten 700 value. Rage is almost fully charged. Well, a little bit more than half. They should be able to get it, although these Cathay Fireborn could come over here and clean those guys up. It looks really close in the value trading, but honestly, I think it's a little deceptive. I think Thomas is just fine. Ooh, we get the new bolt thrower. Hell yeah. Little hobgobbos, pushing it forward. Love how angry and evil looking they are. It's a bunch of malicious little twinks running around. They're going to be looking to get some shots off on the Marauder Horsemen here. They should be able to do some good damage to them. The bolt throwers aren't that good. They're pretty mediocre. They're a little more accurate than the Greenskins variant. But shooting stuff like the Marauder Horsemen is probably about the only thing they're good for. They're just way worse than the Dowie variant. The Dwarven bolt throwers are an absolute nightmare because they are crazy accurate. The Greenskins and the Hobgoblin bolt throwers are a lot less so, which makes them just seriously way worse. I mean, by a fair margin too. Buna goes down on the throwing axes. Honestly, not a bad use. Sorcerer Prophet has stayed alive this whole game. He would just actually have more health, though, if he brought the Chalice. Basically never leave home without it, in my book. It's only going to help your character. And if you're not going to bring this guy on the Bale Taurus, then invest in the Lamassu, because the Lamassu has more missile resistance. It's got spell resistance. It's got the Withering and an Enfeebling Foe bound to the mount as well, which is pretty useful. Not game-breaking or anything, but still fairly decent. And the Lamassu has a magic damage and spell silencing ability tied to it as well. It's very short range, but it can be pretty impactful at times. I just think it's always better than the Great Taurus. The Great Taurus just isn't that good. I mean, it doesn't have good sustain stats. It's not that good on the charge either, just because it's so lightly armored. Any kind of missiles will shred it pretty quickly. I mean, you can go with this thing, but just don't expect much out of it, honestly. The Bell Taurus is better because it just has like 2,000 more HP, I'm pretty sure. It's got 20 more armor, maybe 30 more. It's got 80 or 90, I don't remember which. I think it even has a little bit more leadership. I think you get 80. Same speed. It's got 60 melee attack and like 45 melee defense with a ton more weapon strength as well. I think it's up into the 500s. Still got the same charge bonus. You get the missile. There's no reason not to bring it. I mean, it's more costly, but that's why the Lamassu is there as the mid-ground. The Lamassu is like maybe 150 gold more than the Great Taurus mount. Cathay mopping up the javelins, doing a really good job of it. That's going to be game. How good is Iron Demon in this matchup? Iron Demons, I honestly don't think Iron Demons are very good against Norska. The thing is that Norska actually has good counters to the Iron Demons. They've got Marauder Javelins on foot that do pretty big damage to them. They've got Skin Wolves who are perfectly good at shutting them down. Hell, you can even throw a Skinwolf Werekin out on the field. There's no reason not to. Skinwolf Werekins are a really good single-entity fighter. They can beat an Iron Demon down pretty easily. They got big weapon strength, and they got a great bonus versus large. They wreck the Iron Demons. Let me show you real quick. Another thing, Wolfric on the Mammoth is just too big of a target. Just bring him on the horse. He doesn't need to do anything else. Bring Hunter of Champions and Seafang, get him on a horse, save the money. The Mammoth is good into some other gun factions, but I think the Chaos Dwarves, they can just throw out way too much DPS for the Mammoth to be able to survive. You just play more carefully with Wulfric, and just make sure that his Seafangs get good value, and you can get like 3,000 value out of Wulfric. About a month ago, I'm pretty sure, I had a game where I put it on the channel. It's one of my standalone videos. It's Norska versus Chaos Dowie. And you can see in practice a lot of the fundamentals that I'm kind of talking about here with what you want to do as Norska into the Chaos Dowie. Throwing axes are really good here. I really like Marauder Horsemasters personally, but if you want to go for the Horsemen, all for it. By all means, go crazy, go wild. The Chariots are a good call. The Miststalkers, very good in this matchup. They cause terror, and they have 50% missile resistance. It's 25 base, and then 25% from the Mist, which is active as long as they're above 50% leadership, which at 80 leadership, they're probably going to be above 50% for most of the game. They're very hard to break down for the Chaos Dwarves. Fimir are great in that matchup, and they sunder armor, and are really good with a nice, like, solid amount of melee defense, and a good bonus versus infantry that allows them to beat up on just about anything. Even the Infernal Guard Fireglaves struggle against the Miststalkers. Oh, there they are. So, Infernal Guard Fireglaves, great unit. Amazing at range. Respectable up close. It's important to remember that, yeah, they've got a bonus versus large. It's only 5. That's really not that dangerous. That's only giving them 35 melee attack against your large targets. You can 100% send the Miststalkers in there with absolutely no worries about them. They will withstand any melee fight against an Infernal Guard Firesworn. They just don't care. The Marauder Champions are good. Both variants fairly solid in this matchup. I do like the Marauder Great Weapons, just like Legatus does. Having a Skin Wolf isn't a bad idea. Just get a bunch of infantry and marauders and just prepare to push your opponent. Although I do like actually having the casters for this. There's a couple of different casters you can go with. The best one is probably a metal caster. Metal magic is the best lore, period. Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, good in every matchup, pretty much. Final Transmutation, very good in select matchups where you're going for the big blob punishes on single entities. It's situational. I wouldn't bring it in every matchup, but Searing Doom and Plague of Rust into the Chaos Dwarves. Searing Doom, very good for punishing gun lines. Plague of Rust, you drop this on any unit, lower their armor down by 30 or 60, depending on how much you need. And just make them mega vulnerable to either your shooting or to your infantry and melee combat. You can like pair it up with the armor sundering from the Fimir and just do the regular cast of it and still lower armor by 60. There's a lot of little things you can do here. I'm gonna cut one Marauder and get a Chariot to start. I don't think you need 2. You usually can just use one of the Ice Wolf Chariots and be just fine. Get the Marauder Champions in reserve. They're better there anyways. And get the Skinwolf Werekin, just cut all of the abilities, 1100 gold. Perfect counter to the trains, just brutalizes them horrendously with a bonus versus large of 60, or not 60, of 36, on 45 melee attack plus frenzy with 70 leadership. You're talking about it having 81, wait, no, more than that, right? Yeah. Damn, okay, 91 melee attack against the Iron Demons, and Iron Demons, have a whopping 25 melee defense. Iron Demons are a little annoying to shut down sometimes because they can be a little bit hard for cavalry and monstrous entities to surround at times. I don't know what it is. It helps that they're also really high mass and they have more power, which raises that even more with a ton of extra speed and acceleration. They'll just bulldoze over stuff at times. It's kind of funny to watch, actually. So Werekin is a little bit more resistant to situations like that because he's just able to chase after it and punch it down effectively. Beasts of Tashnar, Ice Wolves, probably only need 2 of the Ice Wolves here. They're good, but don't over-rely on them. And then you got 1,600 gold, so go crazy with that. I don't like, you know, making just like full, this is all you should bring, don't do anything else kind of stuff. I usually find that pretty much every faction has about 2,000 gold, give or take, that they can be very flexible with, and that's like your surprise spending. That's the gold that you use to throw people off with either like a really out-of-pocket, off-meta unit or something of that nature, so that your opponent doesn't just have like a firm read on you every game. Being unpredictable in domination mode is actually pretty important. It works out really nicely for you if you're smart about it. Oh yeah, the Necrotex. You know what? Let's watch this. We'll see if I'll kind of show you why Necrotex can be a little bit unequal to the task of combat at times. With Fan Braces, they'll be okay. Exalted Heroes should still beat them, though. We'll see about it. So, Archangel rocking the same leaders, same hero core we saw in the first game with them. Some Marauders, Chaos Warriors, throwing axes. Ew, okay. I have no idea what that guy just said, but anyways, good for him. Good for him. Good for him. Nurgle's going to be rocking up to the points, going to be looking to cap them early. Skeleton Horse Archers, God, come on. Okay, please stop at the card being annoying. Anyways, the Skeleton Horse Archers, good range, easily going to be able to box out Nurgle throwing axes. Going to take the number 1. Nurgle will content themselves with the 2 and the 3. Not a bad idea.
We have a victory point.
It's only 1. Oh no, there's a second horse archer. All right, not worth rotating all your horsemen over. So your throwing axe cav, they tend to lose at range just because your opponent will stay away from you if they're smart. I mean, the second you start moving over here, a really good player would just start running away. They just want to hang on to the number 1. And they'll just be looking for opportunities where your horsemen are standing still to get good shots off. Really good work from Levko so far. Just poking, dropping a really good Usirians here, and immediately gets into the forest. Very smart, absolutely what you want to do. About 400 damage on Cetra, but that's not that bad. I mean, in exchange for a really nice Usirians, super worth it in my book. And you can see how quickly it wears these guys out. And one sec. I need a sip of water here. Okay. The Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle have a little extra HP over other Marauder variants, and in terms of skirmish cav, one of the beefier units in the game, and Usirians took them down by itself, 2,000 HP. A lot of units taking that much damage would be looking a lot worse for wear. I'm pretty sure that Usirians also low rolled a couple times because the damage is very variable. It absolutely does vary wildly between 62 and 125. If you high roll on the upper end of the damage values on Usirians, you could be taking them below half health, which is huge in the early game. And look at that focus fire. The skeleton horse archers just bullying the throwing axes. It's a big loss for Nurgle. Here's the thing about the Marauder Horsemen as well. They have very low leadership. It's almost as low as the skeleton horse archers, but here's the thing about the skeletons is they are undead. They don't give a rat's ass. Like, they crumble, and crumbling can be bad, but for the early stages of games, Tomb Kings don't care that much. As long as they don't get absolutely caught out by something like these Rot Knights, they'll be able to persevere just fine. And they'll get the Realm of Souls, which will make up for any HP they might lose early on. Just popping the horsemen right in the face, dude. And Nurgle horsemen have a shield, so they're a little bit more resilient to the skeleton horseman fire, but you can see just how hard the skeleton horsemen are winning, man. And they skirmish back, getting away. Levko with a really solid amount of micro this game, not fumbling much at all. Although, here we go. This is where you fumble a game. Oh my god. Don't let Cetra stay here. Please get him out of here. Oh no. Rot Knights all over Cetra. Also in the middle of, what, Marauders? And I think there's Chaos Warriors. Yeah, Chaos Warriors here too. Sorcerer and Exalted Hero. Very fortunate that Cetra is able to escape here. He 100% could have died. With just a little bit more time being stuck in there. Kefragard helped buffer out. Ushapti chilling, the Great Bows, getting some respectable value this time around. Doing a great job of wearing out the Rot Knights, who do get the Fleshy Abundance. That will keep them in this fight, keep them from losing any models, but man oh man, are they just not able to get ahead here. And nice Usirians. So Usirians, very effective against Rot Knights. Again, 32 models is the perfect range for stuff that does damage to 25 or more entities. It's no Fate of Buna, but it's, you know, a mini effect in essence. And it's wearing these guys down very nicely for the Tomb Kings to finish off later. Kefragard moving out of combat should just get an attack order to stay in there. You gotta be very careful about your units. You need to make sure that you're, when you're in fights like this, the unit that you're, the units that you have in the fight and where they're attacking makes a big difference for damage output. Because in Warhammer 3, unlike in previous Warhammer games, if you give an attack order onto a unit, your unit will absolutely run face first into enemies trying to push past them and just leave themselves open to free damage for no reason. It's hard-coded for units to try and engage what they've been given orders onto. So you need to press spacebar, and you need to make sure that the units that you've got on the field have an attack order onto something that they're actually engaged against. Because there are instances where you'll have units that look like they're in melee combat, but really what they're trying to do...
Victory point.
Say there was a Marauder Horseman of Nurgle back there. Marauder Horseman of Nurgle behind the front line. The Kefragard, they would look like they're in melee combat, right? But sometimes they'll have an attack order on the Marauder Horseman just because you may have misclicked or you just thought that you'd get back there. And then those Kefragard are just sitting in this fight doing no damage and taking a bunch of free damage for no reason. It happens a lot more than you would think. And being discerning about that and very cautious in checking on what kind of orders you're throwing out will make a big difference for your macro. Because you'll win more fights as a result. You'll have fewer units getting next to no value for, you know, little reason other than just, you know, kind of funky gameplay mechanics. And it'll free up your time elsewhere, you know. Click, give an order or two, and then look for better engagements elsewhere. It's hard to micro everything on the field. This game is very micro-intensive, guys. I mean, even the less micro-heavy factions, I say that in quotation marks, probably more demanding than most any other RTS out there. Because you compare Total Warhammer to something like Company of Heroes. Company of Heroes has a much closer view of the screen, and you've got to compartmentalize battlefields a little bit more. So you have to, you know, be a little bit more careful about out of sight, out of mind in that game. You can see more here, but you're controlling like twice or even 3 times as many units. Because in Company of Heroes, you're controlling like 6 or 7 units at a time. In this game, you're controlling like 16, 18, and for really wide factions, like Greenskins and Empire and stuff like that, Skaven, my god, you can literally have 40 units on the field at once. That is chaos. It's hard to get everything where it needs to. The way that you get to be a top-level player is by reducing the amount of times you have your units either idling doing nothing or mispositioned and getting punished as a result. Even if you have units in losing fights, that's not always a bad thing. You're gonna take damage in domination mode. There is never gonna be a time that you can win cleanly. You are gonna lose stuff. It's all about knowing when and where you can afford to lose units and how that's going to affect the overall balance of power, because you need certain units on the field to counter your opponent's stronger options. And you also need to keep some units in reserve as contingencies. It's knowing what works when that matters the most. The Necrotechs have done great here, by the way. They've just been ignored all game, which is a big mistake. They've just been able to debuff all of these Nurgle units. I mean, the melee attack and melee defense on these Chaos Warriors has been horrendous for pretty much the entire game. They've been fighting in here for a solid few minutes now, and the Kefir Guard is just getting to grind out a shit ton of value as a result. Units like the Kefir Guard, you need to be careful about engaging in melee. There's no reason to fight these guys, honestly. They're slow as sin. They have 28 base speed. They ain't getting anywhere quickly. I mean, Marauders are quicker than them. You know, Nurgle Marauders are faster than the Kefir Guard. Just ignore these Kefir Guard. If the Kefir Guard want to move between objectives to try and force engagements, fine. Bring up units to shoot them in melee, or shoot them from afar and avoid them in melee, and you'll be better off. I mean, you've really given up a lot of infantry. Just constantly throwing them in against these dudes, and they're healthy as can be. I mean, they got 74 models. They'll have about half their HP. They got a lot of work left to do, and a lot left to give, man. Tomb Kings have a small value lead, which is okay for them. They've got the Necropolis Knights out, which is pretty huge. Rot Knights taking a fight over here against these Necropolis Knights. And a good charge off and good damage, but they did heal cap, and they are probably going to go down here in a few moments. Although they're not taking any damage right now. Really nice for Nurgle. Wow, they're actually going to be able to crumble out the Necropolis Knights here, and we're going to have the Chaos Sorcerer and the Exalted Hero. Looks like this is where they could maybe get on top of the Necrotechs and kill these guys. Blinded Effect really messing with the combat prowess, though, of the Exalted Hero, who's getting worn out a little bit. I mean, doesn't have a ton of support in here. He's got Nurglings, some Chaos Warriors, trying to hit the Necrotechs, but big blow going in there, man. Necrotechs are squishy as hell because they do not have a lot of HP. Like I said, don't have a lot of armor either. And the Exalted Hero, I mean, with that heroic killing blow, had 750 weapon strength, so should be able to grind out the Necrotechs no matter what, even if the Necrotechs are able to get some good damage here. Nurgle heroes are just a little too durable for those Necrotechs to be able to handle over the long term. So, should be able to resecure that. Archangel pulling a little bit of a value lead, but the middle is swinging back to the Tomb Kings. Back and forth all game so far. Necropolis Knights out on the flank, running down the Chaos Warriors. Get the Horsemen into the rear of that fight, and get the Horse Archers sitting right behind to shoot at the throwing axes so they can't just chill and be comfy. 2,700 on the shop team, 2,200 on these other ones. Oh my god. Jaff's being popped on them just to proc the lore passive, I guess. Sure. Unsummoning them. A lot of chasing. Tomb Kings have the 1 and the 2. Really should just focus on holding those. No reason to send units to the number 3. Your cap weight sucks. You're not going to take that away from Nurgle anytime soon if they're playing their cards right. And they'll just kill all of these units here. And, I mean, I know that they're just skeletons, but 300 gold is 300 gold, man. And you don't want to just leave it in a spot where it's not going to do anything functionally. If you've got them on the 2 and the number 1, at the very least, you can use them to stuff units off the points. I would highly recommend doing that instead. Having them on the 3 here is getting you nowhere, really. I guess it forces Nurgle to respect it and keep units over here. Maybe you're going to develop out stuff behind it. Tomb Kings have a nice lead. I wonder what's going on here. I guess it's probably the Furies crumbling, as well as Horsemen routing a whole bunch. They really haven't gotten a lot of value. Other beautiful Usurians going down. Wait, where is it? Oh, did it get... It got used on the Furies, I think, as they were crumbling out. A little unlucky for Cetra. He's fine. He pops Jaffs on himself. He'll be able to beat up some of these Horsemen, probably. And Skeleton Spears coming over to buffer out here, which is nice. Oh, but a beautiful Rancid Visitations goes down. Oh my god. And Cetra getting hit by the throwing axes at the same time. Is he going to die here? Exalted Hero and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord did take down the Necrotechs, and now going after Cetra here is going to crumble off the field. You do get a win on the number 1, though, for the Tomb Kings. They are going to flip the number 3 as well. I mean, going all in on Cetra. That's nice, but it is only going to result in crumbling. Crumbling sucks. It's just not nearly as punishing as routing, so Tomb Kings have a little bit of time to hold this triple cap, and I think they're going to win just because of that. Nurgle just doesn't have the bodies. I mean, they've done pretty well with their characters. Not super surprised by that. 2,100 on both. Nothing else is traded really well, though. The Tomb Kings just got way more value out of all of their units in comparison. The only weak point in the Tomb Kings build has been the Necropolis Knights. They have not been amazing this game. They're just not that strong of a unit. They're fine. They could probably use a small buff. Maybe like another 5 melee attack, get them up to 45. I think that would be fair for the non-halberd version at the very least. Their armor's good, leadership good. Speed is acceptable, and they got a decent amount of HP. 7,400.
There is only defeat.
Really nicely played by the Tomb Kings there. Archangel needed to be more careful with the throwing axes. I mean, it says they got their value back, but that's multiple summons of them. That's very inefficient. The Chaos Warriors were also just not that good. I really don't like Chaos Warriors in Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings, just run them over with, like, Sphinxes or kill them with Ushabti. And it takes ages for Chaos Warriors to kill enough skeletons to get their value back. I think you're better off with Forsaken, personally. Forsaken are quick. They can help out on the flanks against archers and cavalry. They can push the backfield because they have ITP, which means no terror routes from Cetra or any other scary monsters. Rot Knight. They were fine. I just think this is too many warriors. You probably just need... Just get rid of these two keep these two warriors in the opening and get rid of these three and get 2 Forsaken and then cut the Marauder, cut the Warhound, cut the Noxbringer too. Get the Plague Ogres. Plague Ogre's really good into Tomb Kings. The anti-large version is quite strong. You can use them pretty aggressively into the back line. Oh man, I missed out on the tournament that's going off. That's okay. I wouldn't have the energy to go that long anyways. We got 45 minutes. I'm gonna do a few more replays. I will do your replay against Legatus for sure. I got you, man. The hell is it at? What round is it, by the way? Oh, here. No, that's not it. Ah, perfect. About as flavorful of a matchup as it gets, honestly. I mean, Norska and Warriors of Chaos fight each other all the time. I mean, Chaos Worshippers at each other's throats. Who's surprised? You know. I like the Horsemasters, couple Horsemen with the Javelins, Soul of Damnation, lots of Marauders, and Archaeon. I mean, Archaeon's gonna mess Throg up. I mean, Throg loses that fight so hard, it's really kind of depressing. If Throg has support, he can win it, but I don't know if it's gonna work out for him at the end of the day. There's a lot of Marauders on the field as well, which is gonna be great for old Archaeon. I mean, he's gonna be throwing down Burning Head with a vengeance. You know, a handful of those will kill just about everything. You know, Great Weapon Warriors and Marauder Spears, Hunters, all of them going to be very squishy to that one particular spell. I think Legatus is trying to go for like an overwhelming number of infantry and then bringing all the mobility on the back end of the game to develop out the mobility advantage then. We'll see how it works out. Soul of Damnation's going to have a pretty good time here. It's got lots of targets. Can even shoot at Throg or the Norska Trolls, because it does pretty good damage to single entities and monstrous units. It hits really hard. It's not really a bad idea at all. Great shots going in there. Marauder Great Weapons getting hammered pretty badly right now. They got hit by a good volley from the Marauder Horsemen. Now the Soul of Damnation opening up on him. Norska's gonna need to kill the Soul of Damnation. Just can't leave it available for the entire game. It's never gonna work out well for you. Because the thing about it is that this thing just has so much ammunition, it will easily get about 3,000 value if you constantly cycle its targets. Like, shoot something, swap it onto something else, swap, 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 spread the damage out as much as possible. It's got a leadership debuffing effect on it, which can cause some very untimely breaks as a result. I mean, it doesn't show up here on the tooltip. We'll wait for the next shot to go off, and I'll show it off. So you can see the -10 on there. That's not what I'm talking about, though. It's the take cover. It gives another -8. So losing 18 leadership being shot by artillery is going to add up pretty fast and be a real issue for low leadership units like these throwing axes, as well as like marauders whose leadership at 60 is fine, but nothing too impressive, right? Famir getting hit. Famir not so good of a target. I mean, the explosive damage is going to do some work against him. But their 50% missile resistance is going to make them pretty resilient overall. Nice burning head going down. Roasting out the Marauder Great Weapons. I'm not 100% sure if that's where you need to be using it. I think a burning head through these two units back there would have been a little better. Legatus using the throwing axes to fairly good effect right now. Nothing too impressive so far. Both sides just scrapping. Power balance. Value looks pretty favored right now for Tommy. It could flip if Legatus is able to play his cards right, though. But losing the Norse controls, very unfortunate. Oh no, and the Famir break too, which means, yeah, Throg is all alone, and that's a ripperoni, man. I mean, you can see it in action here. The extra damage that Archaon gets against Throg is just disgusting. I mean, he's already a crazy duelist with his items. Slayer of Kings is really damn strong of a dueling item.
Glorious! You have killed an enemy lord.
Big ouch, man. I mean, not Wolfric. Throg was looking okay up until about 30 seconds ago, and in that time, Archaon literally just ripped him apart. I mean, took him out limb by limb. Legs first, then arms. Nothing left of the poor boy. Okay, Ice Wolves get a good surround on Archaon, and they can do pretty good damage to single entities. These wolves have pretty good mass at 700. Gonna be able to keep them surrounded here, but a beautiful Searing Doom. Oh, baby. Oh, my God. Wow. Ice Wolf's gonna be routing after that one. How much value did he get? He was at, what, 1800 last time we looked?
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
He got about 700 value, give or take, from that, I would guess. It's pretty filthy, dude. Archie trading really well. Although, I will say, the Warriors of Chaos are not getting a lot of momentum. Struggling pretty mightily right now to close the game out despite the value lead. A lot of that is because the Horsemen have gotten quite a bit of value, but they're running a little low on ammunition. They've got a decent number of volleys left, but it's leaving a lot to be desired in terms of battlefield control. Because they're not going to be that great in the late game. They just can't really carry the weight of the load here. Although Famir Great Weapons being taken down by a timely charge from the Rotting Riders and Archaon. Terror routed, leadership breaks now. You got Beast of Tashnar underneath him, or Beast of Tashnar underneath trying to help, but a little too late for it. May even be going down as well. 1700 on the Rotting Riders. Famir Great Weapons, only 500 value, thereabouts. Going down really hard. More Soul of Damnation shenanigans going off. 1300 value on it is fine. I'd like to see it be doing a little bit more. It's got a lot of ammo, I guess. It should be able to make up for it. What's it shooting at? Oh, still shooting at the Famir. That's not a bad idea, just to keep them on the run. They're not going to rally as long as they're getting shot like that. Forsaken coming in, and Beast of Tashnar tear route as well. It's kind of funny that units can tear route enemies when they're, you know, broken and routing off the field. I see it happen all the time. It can be very frustrating. Marauder Horsemen chasing down some of their compatriots. Norska Ice Wolves charging down the Horsemasters. Horsemasters, though, they're fairly good in melee combat. I mean, they're not amazing, but in terms of performance from skirmish cavalry, it's not bad. Especially with the fact that they already got their value. Any extra is just, you know, extra helpings. They went back for seconds, for sure. Marauder Hunters definitely breaking after that shot. Little too much damage for them to be able to hang in. Soul Damnation paid for itself. Really, it needs to get like 2,000 value to really be worth it. The Soul of Damnation is just super expensive. And when you bring it, you're kind of committing yourself to a long value trading game. I do think that Tommy is going to be able to take this one because did play that patient game just a little bit better than Legatus here. Not having a way to kill the Soul of Damnation is really rough. I mean, it's just such a terror. It soaks up a lot of resources if you try and dive it. It's expensive, but not so expensive that it can't uptrade early. It's honestly one of the weaker performances I've ever seen from it. That's not really any fault of Mini here, though. Hasn't really had tremendous targets. Didn't really need to use it all that much either. Oh, Rotting Riders rallied? No way! And they terrorized the Skin Wolves! That's gross, man. Go home. And the Skin Wolves do rally here, at least. That's nice. How long are they gonna rally for? I mean, how far is that taking them? I mean, I guess it's taking them far enough to kill the Rotting Riders who are going down here. Last dude getting karate chopped by the Skin Wolves. Who are going to get a really good rear charge onto the Forsaken and maybe even attack Archeon, although he does peel out of here. Him and his 2,900 value have better things to do. Probably just getting up to the high ground there and hiding. Nice Burning Head, not devastating. I mean, it's not like it one-shot either of these units, but did get a respectable bit of value, probably 200, yeah, about 200 value off of Archeon on that Burning Head cast. Got the Soul of Damnation continuing to chip in. Another really good shot, dude. Gonna end with probably 2,000 value, if I had to guess. Champion, or not Marauder champions, just regular old Marauder great weapons running away. The spears are doing their best, but they just aren't going to be able to equal the damage that Forsaken throw out.
We'll be back.
Forsaken are such a good unit against chaff infantry. Decent pendulum. Archeon trying to get away. The Skin Wolves are really starting to swarm now. Good rear charge from the Hellstriders, but good counter charge from Legatus. It's been pretty solid all the way around. Beautiful Searing Doom, though, going to break this position up really badly. Oh my god. Beast of Tashnar break, Spearmen break, and now you've got the Skin Wolves alone against the Hellstriders and the Forsaken. And the Slaughter Guard are here too. Fresh Hellstrider getting in here. I mean, he's got the ticket lead as well, so it's really all on Legatus now, and I don't know if Legatus is going to be able to kill these elite halberds. I mean, the Slaughter Guard alone against a lot of this stuff would be doing just fine, but they've got plenty of support, too. They should be able to end with about 1,000 value if they just scrap it out here. Terror routes on everything going off right now. Absolutely nonsensical. Look at all these Norskins. Where are you going, you cowards? Get back here. Skinwolf Shatter, Skinwolf Shatter. Norska Isol's routing. Horsemen, Terror routed. Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, looking for something to do. It's honestly a pretty valiant effort from Legatus considering losing Throg as early as he did. Just gotta play so carefully with him. And honestly, against the Warriors of Chaos, I think that there's an argument to be made that you should bring Death Magic as a Norska here, because you need to kill Archaon. You can't leave Archaon to hang around in this matchup. If you do, he's gonna brutalize you. I mean, he's just that good. Archaon has to be answered. People don't bring the Nurgle caster in the back pocket anymore like they used to. Spirit Leech on Archaon takes a little while to wear him out and kill him, but it's effective damage, and it adds up over time, and if you can kill him in the mid-game, give yourself advantage in the leadership and mobility game, you're probably going to be able to win against the Warriors of Chaos. Just gotta be careful. Slaughter Guard annihilating the poor little doggos. God, these Corn Halberds are just so insane, dude. He gets knocked over. Awesome. But it was like, okay, don't worry about it. Nobody saw it, guys. Nobody saw it. I'm fine. I didn't fall. We're okay. Hellstrider's good value here. Forsaken, running around, being nuisances. Norse controls back in. Not getting a whole lot done, though. Very nicely done. Some good burning heads. Just really solid engagements, though, in general. Kind of is all that was needed by Tommy there. Oh, y'all are 4-4? Hell yes, dude. It's really fun getting to the point where you've got, like, some rivalries going, you know? Like a handful of people that you scrap really evenly with is great to find, especially in tournaments, because, I love playing ladder, I love playing, friendlies, but if you really want to sweat, and just get absolutely incoherently out of sorts, tournament play is for you. It is hyper competitive, but not in a toxic way. Like, the community is great. Like, I've had like maybe 3 bad interactions with people, and they're not around anymore. Like, people are you know, really chill. So you get, like, all the best parts of a competitive scene without all of the usual shenanigans that you get from people being, like, way too competitive and taking things way too seriously and too far. You don't get nearly as much of that with the Total Warhammer community. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. Alright, I think we got time for 2 more replays. Sven versus Sean. Did we watch this one already? I don't remember. I'll check that out later. I think I want to watch this, I think I'd like to watch this Dowie game. This is interesting. Nurgle coming in with a double Soul Grinder. Not the Noxbringer, but just double regular ass Soul Grinder against the Dwarves. I don't like it, man. Dowie shooting is just too good against single entities. I've talked about how to beat the Dowie a lot, but it's never easy, and it's an attritional fight. It's a game of inches against the dwarves. You cannot fumble units away against the Dowie. If you can intercept Dowie reinforcements and wear out their main formation, eventually they'll just get to a point where they can't get on points anymore. To do that, you kind of need numbers. The Soul Grinders, I'm worried, are not going to do enough damage to make this work. The other thing here is that, yeah, you got good units to shoot at these Rangers, but the Rangers are all stalked right now. They're invisible. Oh, that's high. Here's stalk. They can move around hidden in any terrain, so they're just a total unknown quantity right now. I mean, here's the thing, though. When you see a Dowie army that's got 15 units and you can only see 3 or 5 of them, you gotta know that there's just like an assload of Rangers hiding somewhere. It's really scary. The mass, like, number of stalked units is one of the reasons the Beastmen are so tough to play into. They've also got similar shenanigans. The Dowie don't have the same speed that the Beastmen do to, like, follow up on the Vanguards and the Stalk. Beastmen have, like, Cynagors and all kinds of other quick stuff that can move around and be annoying. Nurgle doesn't really have anything like that. Or, sorry, the Dowie don't really have anything like that. They've got gyros, that's like the only quick unit they have, as well as the bombers. 90 speed on these things, which is fine. It's not slow. It's just that the fact that the Skyhammer Squadron and the gyrocopters don't have cap weight is a big problem. Because it doesn't force your opponent to, like, play onto the objectives at any point. Brutal volley onto Demon Prince. That's why you check those firing arcs, dude. Like, the second you think your opponent might be getting in a range with their units, you just need to fly out. And this is a reason why I don't like to bring Flying Lords against the Dowie, unless it's, like, Valkia or somebody like that, where they have, like, a shield and a bunch of armor. A low armor Demon Prince is just going to get filled with arrows. And then if there's stuff like Grudge Rakers on the field, or Thunderers, those units are mostly AP, but they still have a little bit of base weapon damage, and the Demon Prince is going to get kind of folded up as a result because of it. It's really expensive. And again, he doesn't have cap weight. Yeah, this is rough, man. Archangel just doesn't have the numbers to stop the Rangers. If you see your opponent do a build like this, the best thing you can do is to just give them an objective. Like, okay, you want to take the number 2, fine. Maneuver your units around them to try and get the number 1. And build up your forces until you've got enough units to be able to shut down the Rangers. Because if you go in scattered, kind of like what Archangel has done now, like, you can value trade okay, but eventually, God, excuse me. Eventually, what's going to happen here? The Dowie Rangers, and all their shooting in general, is going to be able to peel all of the isolated units off of one another, right? Like, you can see the Rangers are just, like, focus firing, and anything and everything that they can aim at right now. And they've got a small value lead. It's nothing crazy, but it's going to get more and more uneven as time goes on. Especially with the Demon Prince getting shot to death over here. Man, oh man, is he getting punished right now. 2,700 HP left. Uses Demonic Onslaught, which really isn't that good of an ability. It's pretty mediocre. This guy gets hit by Demonic Instability right as Fleshy Abundance hits him. He's going to crumble out before it heals him up enough to stabilize the leadership, maybe. Actually, not true. He's able to get away and stabilize. I drank water too fast. I have the hiccups now. This is miserable. Anyways, Demon Prince getting out. Pretty unfunctional now. And he also got one Soul Grinder going down. Only got like 500 value. Not good. Not good. Barons of the Bog have been really great, and I think that's probably what Nurgle needs more of here. Really all you need is Plague Toads and Pestigores, as well as some, probably a few Nurglings, and backed up with, what else do you need? Maybe some Marauder Great Weapons. Go to the drawing board. I'll make a build for something I think would work against the Dwarves. The single entity build is just not really cutting it, although it looks like Archangel is starting to get some good momentum here. Has shut down quite a few of the Rangers. You can see quite a few of them actually dying out right now, which is massive. Oh my god. Archangel's gonna flip this around, maybe? Not losing the Demon Prince was massive, man. I mean, absolutely huge. Him staying alive is keeping the leadership very, very juicy and healthy for Nurgle here. And the Barons of the Bog are taking down the Doomseekers right now. Doomseekers are a strong unit. They do kind of get hard countered, though, by Plague Toads and the Barons, because these are large units. Doomseekers, theoretically, are supposed to be an anti-infantry unit. They've got good enough stats that they can scrap against stuff like the Barons and the Plague Toads.
One of your units has been destroyed.
But it's quite a bit of damage that they don't survive through very well. Just because of the weapon strength that these units have. I mean, they got pretty decent amounts. Beautiful shot from the Soul Grinder. It's obstructed firing now? Come on, shoot.
Leave them in twain.
Alright, it's obstructed. I wanted to see it get a big hit here. I had a feeling, but looks like that might not be happening. Oh my god. Oh my god, that Slayer dude. Where did the health bar go? Jesus. Alright, maybe I should eat my words a little bit. I was a little worried. I mean, there was a lot of damage going down in the early game as Nurgle was closing the gap, but Archangel's actually pulled a significant value lead here, and the one remaining Soul Grinder has gotten 2 amazing volleys off in the last couple of minutes.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Wrecking the Dwarves, and especially these Slayers, man. Pesties and the Barons coming back in for another round. Barons up trading big time here. Soul Grinder firing point blank. Couple of decent hits on the shots. Demon Prince looking to finish off Malachi. I don't know if he's going to be equal to that task. I mean, Malachi's not the tankiest lord in the game, but he's got like respectable melee defense for a hybrid lord. And the Demon Prince only has 43 melee attack right now because he's tired. He's got cool moves. Cool moves, though. Yeah, it's trying to stomp on him. He's flexing on him, giving him the aura.
One of your units has been destroyed.
What is he doing? Buddy, that's not fighting. Okay, there we go. Now he's attacking again. Nurgle, oh my god, yeah. This is why you gotta be careful about summoning stuff out like this. You just summon out from one point in a big blob, and Nurgle just runs over here and just stuffs them up for a solid, like, 30 seconds. Has a triple cap. Good hold in the back points. Middle might be flipping back to the Dowie at some point here. Archangel needs to save up for some real DPS, I think. Oh, brought the Exalted Hero. Ah. The Exalted Hero is doing enough damage to kill Malachi. Looks like he does go down here. Nice win for these guys. God, freaking hiccups, dude. I'm gonna tear my eyeballs out of my head because of them. Pestigors with good value. Bears of the Bog have literally been going crazy all game. 2,300 value, almost doubling the cost here. They're 1250, I believe, ending up with 2335 at the end of this one. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe they'll get over the hump. Damn close. Look at the leadership on these guys, man. They have 1,000 HP, and they're still sitting here with 16 leadership, totally surrounded, mind you. Grinding it out, man. And this is the big weakness of the Dwarves. Like, look how many units are being occupied by a handful of units. This is hard to get sorted out, too, because
one of your units has been destroyed.
Dowie are slow. You gotta get them all nice and gussied up in their battle lines. When you've got enemy units attacking you, your units want to go back into melee combat sometimes, which can be very frustrating to have to handle. And all this time, the objectives being held by Nurgle and able to get some reinforcements up here. Some hounds moving in. A couple of Furies waiting in the wings. Pestigor's going for the back point. Not really needed over there. I mean, I guess worried about any pushes on the back. I don't think you need to be, though. That's a little overcautious. If you're worried about what's happening in the forest here, just move this Nurgling up into the trees and scout the forest. They'll be able to spot anything in the trees without too many issues, because the forest isn't wide enough to skirt around anything in here. If you have your unit just in the middle of the trees, they'll spot anything on either side of them. And you can also use your Demon Prince to like fly around between the soft zones. To check for any rangers that might be trying to move up in the interim period. As someone, oh my god, sorry, Sean. As someone new, the community is great, super welcoming to new players. Glad to hear it. That's the point. It irritates the hell out of me in any game when the experienced people want to lord over newer folks. It kills me. And I see the least amount of that in this game. And I think part of the reason why is part of it just comes down to this game being so incredibly dense in terms of, like, mechanics, units, game knowledge, like, the requirements for understanding the fundamentals of multiplayer in this game demands collaboration from the community. I think that's kind of baked in a really good way. And we just have, like, really nice folks, like, down to earth, don't just live to play the game, more play to have good times. That makes a big difference as well. Oh my god. Alright. Last game here. And I'm gonna go... I don't know. How do you get rid of hiccups? You gotta do the whole breath thing or whatever. It's tormenting me. Got a fire belly here. No freaking way. Look at that sick-ass pink mask, too. It's a freaking luchador here. I'm loving it, dude. Let's see what Empire is able to do against Meat. Empire has been experimenting with different factions. Meat not included has been committed to the Tomb Kings for a while now. This is a pretty tricky matchup for the Ogre Kingdoms, actually. I do think the Fire Belly is the right call here because, I mean, Burning Head is just so good against skeletons. It has and always will be a top tier spell, even if it's just against Tomb Kings. Because of how lightly armored they are. Even the elite infantry, the Tomb Guard, only have 55 armor. An overcasted Burning Head, if it gets all the way through that unit, is still gonna do like 30-40% of their HP in one good go. Ogre Bolt dual weapons. Woo! Oh my goodness. Getting shot up right now by the horse archers. I do close the gap and get a little damage in, but nothing too serious. Well, they actually killed quite a few models on these guys. If they kill a few more of them, could be nice. Come on, guys. Hit them in the face. Literally right in front of you. Shopty Greatbow's getting some shots off on them. Pretty effective damage. Nothing too serious. They're persevering through it just fine, honestly. All things considered, the fact that they've soaked up 3 volleys from this regular Ushopti and 1 from the Chosen of the Gods is pretty damn good for the Ogre Kingdoms. The more time Ushopti spend shooting low value units, the less likely it is that the Tomb Kings win the game. Although, now it's going to be Lead Belchers versus the Ushopti, and the Ushopti are already getting a little bit of a leg up. Beautiful Burning Head. Wrecks one skeleton, but gets that unfortunate rotation. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like, Burning Head is not a guarantee in terms of just, like, obscene amounts of value. It's strong against some factions, and arguably maybe a little too much of an auto-include at times, but the randomized path on it, I think, does a pretty good job of keeping it balanced. If there were ever to be any nerfs to Burning Head, maybe lower its radius by 1 meter and maybe lower its movement speed by 1 meter as well. I think that's all you would really need to do. I don't even know if that's necessary, though. I think it's mostly fine. Lead Belcher is just getting absolutely shredded by these Ushopti right now. Empire, though, has an opportunity to send the Mournfang Cavalry up into the back line here. Looks to be taking it. Making a really good break for it right now, but Chosen of the Gods and Ushapti Great Bows looking to turn their attention over here, and we do get Skeleton Horsemen charging down, and then Usirians, not so much for the damage of the Usirians, but more to slow down the Mournfangs, since it does lower speed by 25%. It's pretty nice to use in situations like that. Cetra dueling gold here. And the Man-Eater of Demonetization is kind of getting clowned on right now. Cetra's really good on the horse at killing large characters. He's got a huge bonus versus large. And really respectable stats all the way around. And he's able to kill Golg here, and now you got the Mournfang Great Weapons. One completely shattered, another well on its way to being on the way out. Ogre Bulls and Pigback Riders, as well as some dual weapons, just fighting Skeleton Spears. Empire's value is just awful right now. Just really not looking good for the Ogre Kingdoms right now. So Ushapti Greatbows have superior range on the Lead Belchers by quite a fair margin. It's 255 meters. Yeah, 255 meters to 200, and the missiles hit a little harder. The Lead Belchers do respectable damage to Ushapti Greatbows, yeah, but honestly, you'd be better off shooting down not just the Tomb Guard, but even the Skeleton Spearmen, because the Lead Belcher's ammunition, see it here, see it pierces through multiple entities. When they're healthy, when Lead Belcher has 16 models, 1 or 2 volleys on expensive units can very quickly net you 1,000 gold. I mean, Lead Belchers can uptrade about 3 times their cost if you use them really well. They use all their ammo.
Victory point.
When you see your opponent deploy their Ushapti Greatbows up here around the number 3, I think what you need to do is the Ogre Kingdoms is rotate your Lead Belchers around. You need to go over and set one up here between the forest and the rock. That way you can play around the cover. So get one in there, and the other can come around to the other side. Because what you can do is cover the number 1 objective with that Lead Belcher. Just post up on this point. Don't let the Tomb Kings anywhere near it. And if your opponent's not great with the positioning on their own missiles, their Ushapti, you can trot this Lead Belcher out, fire onto the flank of any spearmen who, like right now, are like sitting on the edges trying to buffer your units off. And what you do is build up in this forest. You get a nice little set of Noblars in here. Get some Ogre Bulls. Get out your Blood Vultures and get some Mournfang Cavalry on the field. And, you know, try and pull the Tomb Kings over. Tomb Kings have bad cap weight, and the Ogre Kingdoms have great cap weight. I mean, the Noblars are pretty worthless for that, but Ogre Bulls have pretty respectable cap weight at 5. And being a multi-model unit, the way that cap weight is calculated is based on the number of entities that are left in the unit. So you can see this full health Nekar Horseman, the full 5 models lost on the Skeleton Horse Archers, and their cap weight is down from 4 to 3.7 here. It takes a lot to get rid of the Ogre Bulls. I had a lot of HP for 24 models. So, as long as they've got the full 24, they're doing pretty good. They do lose cap efficiency pretty quickly once they start dropping models. It's really not terrible, though. And you can bring a lot of Ogre Bulls. They're pretty inexpensive. With good support and buffering from Noblars, they can get some damn good work done in the infantry trade game. Scrap launcher comes up. Skeleton spears getting dunked on right now. A few Tomb Guard go down. Pretty good value on one volley from the scrap launcher there. Although for having fired 5 shots off, only having 200 value, not that great. Iron Guts taking an engagement against the Nurgle Horsemen and kind of putting the moves on them. Big damage going down on those guys. And
One of your units has
Shopti
been
Great
destroyed.
Bows are just untouchable right now. I mean, this is what I'm saying about the Tomb Kings being a little one-note. They really do kind of live and die by the value that, like, 2 or 3 units can get for them. And if those units don't value trade for them well, especially Ushabti Great Bows and Chosen of the Gods, they're probably not winning the matchup. I don't know if the Ogre Kingdoms have any great counters to them, though. Man. Oh my goodness. And more Iron Guts coming up. Blood Vulture's getting absolutely run over. Cetra is just chilling on the point. He's having a whale of a time. 2350 on the Chosen of the Gods. The Ushabti Great Bows with 1250 here. Blessed Legion also getting some good work done. Sundering the armor as well on the Iron Guts.
I knew it.
We're just getting worn out here. That's going to be game. Not the Ogre's day, this day. This is a pretty tough matchup for them. Before we go, I want to actually go check the, I want to go check the, win rate for that. Do my Nurgle match last? Not tonight, Tommy. I'm gonna go deal with these damn hiccups, and I need to go eat food. I'm reaching about my limit. I'll do it for one of the standalone videos, because I need lots of replays for my vacation. I'll do it for that. Anyways. Ogre Kingdoms are here. Let me pull you over. Where is it? Oh, here. Oh, yeah, it's a bad matchup. Oh, wow. They're second worst behind Vampire Counts. I mean, Vampire Counts have a great win rate against Ogre Kingdoms because Ogre Kingdoms are really terrible when their Noblars are unable to stick around. And, yeah, Vampire Counts, they have a pretty good time clearing out chaff. They really don't struggle killing Noblars. Tomb Kings, they don't really need to have a lot of good answers for Noblars, because Noblars just have bad leadership, and they have no resilience against fear-causing units. So they just get like a baked-in -8 leadership into pretty much every single fight that you're going to be taking. Because the undead, every unit has fear on it. And -8 leadership on a Noblar is a fifth of their leadership, if I'm not mistaken. They are just going to scurry for the hills. Oh, it's not the fifth. It's not that good, though. 45 leadership is just really poor, man. I mean, the -8 is still dinging them pretty bad, so they just won't stick around that long. And without the Noblars, the Ogre Bulls just get poked apart by just about everything. Ogres thrive when they're able to fight with their units stacked on top of one another. If they're not able to do that, they just don't really have the sustainability to make it through an entire game. I don't know if Golg is the best choice against the Tomb Kings, honestly. Maybe he is, actually. Cut everything and just bring the Bugmans. Maybe you do a Slaughtermaster. I don't know about that. Maybe you do bring Golg. I mean, you just gotta be more careful with them, perhaps. I don't think you want to bring the Ogre Bull dual weapons. I think you probably want to go Golg's Man-Eaters here. Decent number of Noblars, maybe like one Lead Belcher. And... oh, maybe Hunters. Yeah, Hunters running in and just throwing their anti-large spears at stuff might actually be pretty strong. So maybe you do them with a Slaughtermaster. Excuse me. Go Troll Guts and Bull Gorger, perhaps? Get some Flingers and another regular old Noblar. I think maybe the Pigback Riders do need to be reserves. Although maybe you don't bring those guys. Maybe you bring the Noblar Trappers. You don't really want the Noblars in melee combat. The little Trapper dudes come out of Vanguard, and their missile doesn't hit that hard, but it does a little bit of decent damage. I think maybe you could get something out of them. Saber Tusks and Blood Vultures. I don't think Gorgers are going to do much of anything. Probably another Mournfang Cavalry. Although, actually, maybe 2 Man-Eater Great Weapons. Very lightly armored, though. I don't know. It's hard to say. Better Ogre Kingdoms players than me could tell you, and it's probably still pretty tough no matter what. Oh, my bad, Tommy. I didn't see it before I got it started. That's on me. But I will cast it for one of the videos, and in a couple weeks when I go, I'll make sure it goes up. The next couple of days, I'm going to be doing some of the replays that I've still got from this round of tournament play, because I still got like a fair number here. Like I said, I'm holding back some of the ones people were talking up to me personally. I'm really excited to show them off, because there were a couple of really, really good games in there. Anyways, guys, I gotta go. I gotta deal with these hiccups. They're driving me absolutely crazy. So, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'll check y'all out later. And I'll see you around. I'll try and play in a tournament sometime here soon, because it's been a minute, and I'd really like to get some reps in. Maybe I'll host one myself. Till then, peace out, guys. Take care.